Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the VALORANT Challengers Oceania. My name is Kick Fox. I am humbled to be but one of your casters for tonight. It is going to be one hell of an action-packed night of VALORANT, and I am joined by Two-Tap Tony. Two-Tap, it's been a while.
Oh, it definitely has been. I'll tell you what, I've had a good vacation. I kicked the feet up. I went to Melbourne. I came back. I'm like, all right, get me back in. I'm looking at this VALORANT. I'm like, it's going crazy out here.
Oh, it's going crazy out here. It's going crazy in here as well, because these games tonight are going to be absolutely insane. So much on the line, but we need to have a little bit of a chat about where we are at. Stage 1 is in the rear view mirror. We are currently in stage 2. The top 8s, that's why we've got 8 teams on this leaderboard, Tony. We're looking at the top 6 playoffs. That's where, you know, they will find themselves. Should they not find themselves in the bottom 2, those 2 will be facing relegation. But there is a little bit more on the line as well.
Yeah, of course, the winner of the top 6 playoffs qualifies for the VALORANT Ascension tournament to play for a spot in the Pacific League for the next 2 years. And I tell you what, of course, these teams are playing for glory. They're playing for that swag, but they're also playing for a little bit of cash, Kit.
That's right, the cold, hard cash, the earnings next to their name. That's what every single team in this competition is going to be walking away with. First place will be walking away with $14K, second place $10,000, third place $7,000, fourth $5K, fifth and sixth will be taking home $4K apiece, with seventh and eighth $3,000. So Tony, it doesn't matter where you are, $3,000 bare minimum just for playing the game.
Everybody walks home a winner. You get some cash. You get a little bit of an opportunity to prove yourself and show what you got at the top of the table. I tell you what, Kit, it should be an exciting one because we're getting pretty in the thick of it. We
are getting in the thick of it, but before we get even into the thicker of it, I'll invent that word, why not? We do have something that we need to clear up regarding 95X. Now, 95X, well, they're dropping their organization. They'll be proceeding forward in this competition beyond tonight as Bonkers. So for tonight, they're going to be flying that 95X banner, but it will be for the last time.
It'll be for the last time, and we get a household name back. I'd love to see the Bonkers lads, of course. A few of these guys actually previously played on different iterations of Bonkers, so it's very fitting that they sport a once familiar name to them.
Yeah, that's where we came to know and love them as Bonkers, but you know what, a team of their caliber, it'll only be a matter of time before another organization comes along and snaps them up. But that's what we've got ahead of us. 95X will be playing tonight, but behind us, Tony, we've had some incredible games, more notably this one, GZL going up against Nerd Punt.
Yeah, that was an explosive game to say the least. Started off on Pearl with, I have to say, Feta with a little bit of duelist swagger to him. Not every day we see a performance on the jet from him. Nerd Punt looked super in their element this game. GZL looked a little bit lost, and I have to say, Nerd Punt, you know, it's coming from that land cohesion. It's coming from that, you know, they got together, the boys satisfied, and they're like, we got it, we're a good team, and they've definitely proved it throughout this tournament, and definitely they proved it in this game against GZL. Yeah, they just go from strength to strength, don't they? But game number 2, you know, that was nothing to turn your nose up at either. XYZ going up against Mammoth Esports, you know, fresh from land themselves. It was an interesting one. Yeah, it definitely was an interesting one. Mammoth, they claimed their stake as the best Ascent team in the region, and I tell you what, we saw everything but in that Ascent game. XYZ just took them to town. We went over to Haven, XYZ's pick, and it looked so doable for Mammoth in this first half. They had some good rounds. Quan, of course, hitting some beautiful shots here or there, but just couldn't quite close it out. XYZ just looked super on form and not what we were expecting out of them going into that game. Yeah, they're individually brilliant, aren't they, Mammoth? But they lack some kind of glue, and you know, that's unfortunately why they are unable to pick up a win in this competition so far. So they'll be staring at that relegation spot. As you can see now, Nerd Punt currently leading the way here, 5-1, but 95X hot on their heels, and you know, 95X did actually pick up a win against Nerd Punt, but you know, it is all about that top 6. Can Guangzhou and Cooper Troopers hold on, or will XYZ just sneak their way in? Yeah, you can see, you know, Guangzhou Long Lions, XYZ, they're at that 2 to 4 mark. Cooper Troopers, will see them play tonight and see where they end up, because it's about that 5th to 6th mark. Who just gets into playoffs and who unfortunately misses out.
Yeah, there is only 1 week left in the competition, so it's you're starting to run out of extra lives here. There is do or die, but speaking of do or die, let's check out the top 5 players currently in this region based on their ACS, because we like to shake things up a little bit every now and then, but have a look at that, my man. Norson at the top there. He's had a little bit of a roller coaster through this competition, especially in this leaderboard here, but currently firmly at the top there.
Yeah, I tell you what, I took a few weeks hiatus, Kit, and it's still astounding to see Norson at that top of the mark. I believe he was there when I left, and you know, it's interesting to see a few faces starting to get up there as well. Mike, definitely one to look at for 95X this evening. We saw Feta, a huge series yesterday, to put his stamp in that 3rd spot, and then EZK, a big game from XYZ yesterday, means that he's now atop of that board as well. And of course, rounding out the top of the table, Zork, a very sharp individual we always get to see. Yeah,
good to see him back in there as well. I think once or twice he may have made a slight cameo appearance on that leaderboard, but no, there he is. But Norson will be getting a run tonight, so let's have a look at the teams that'll also be getting to spread their legs. It is going to be 95X for the last time under that banner, going up against the Cooper Troopers in our first best of 3 2-tap, followed by the Who going up against Fun Crew, which is a match that really catches my eyes right there in the middle of the table.
Yeah, that should be a super interesting one. 95X Cooper Troopers. I feel this is Cooper Troopers' most important game. Week 6, day 2, stage 2. Of course, you want to get as many wins on the board, and you really want to see that one for Cooper Troopers. 95X, though, they want to stamp their seed in as that 2nd place. And then, of course, the Who versus Fun Crew should be a very close affair. We've seen both these teams battle for that kind of middle of the pack, and definitely both have it in them to come out on top and maybe claim that 3rd to 4th place.
Yeah, can't wait to see where the cards will fall once, you know, we shake things up a little bit. But those that'll be doing the shaking first will be 95X. We've spoken a little bit about them tonight, and they are some certainly handsome individuals. We've come to know and love them. Dragon, Lou, Minimize, RDW, Watt, and on paper, Tony, this is just an absolute, it's a wealth of experience. It is so deep.
Yeah, I tell you what, handsome in the server, but handsome out of the server, of course. Quite got to see a few of them. I met Dragon, RD, Minimize, all lovely blokes as well. What? Just missed Lou, unfortunately. But yeah, handsome stats, handsome guys. Hopefully looking to rock up big this evening. Of course, we've seen some crazy different implementations with, of course, Lou coming now into this roster for Split 2. Minimize had quite a heavy work to fill. Of course, a few voids here or there in the roster, but he's done it super well.
He has. We'll have to see if Dragon's Minecraft hoodie can give that team the buff that they need, because their opponents are lining up, and they are the Cooper Troopers. And the Cooper Troopers, you know, they themselves, they are a team that, you know, we've spoken a little bit about on and off air. You need to keep your eye out for them, because these names, they can pop off. Noir, Ibrocky, Lomu, Rags to Riches, the newest addition to that team, and Vex. I mean, Rags on the lurk. I mean, it was an absolute treat to watch him work a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Rags, a very good addition to this KT roster. They kind of needed something different opposed to last split. Of course, you can see them on your screen getting ready, getting warmed up. Brocky giving us a little bit of a stare down there. But yeah, this KT roster definitely needed a shake-up between the splits, and Rags, definitely a very talented individual player. We haven't gotten to see him at that kind of top 8 level, and he's definitely proved himself to be a vital asset.
Yeah, and everybody on that team is just going from strength to strength every single week as well. You know, they've racked up some very handy wins in the middle of that table. They're currently looking to take home a couple K in the bag. Can they turn that into double digits, though? That is the real question. Well, Tony, we locked 2 of these massive titans, well, some of the best of these teams, best of the best, head-to-head here. Minimize going up against Ibrocky on paper.
Yeah, it's, I guess, 2 of the most vocal players from both of these rosters. Ibrocky, a lovable guy on Twitter, very much a humble guy. Minimize as well. He likes to spout a little bit of BM, but of course it's all in good fun at the end of the day. He likes to play that bad guy persona for this 95X roster. And I tell you what, both these teams, both of these players have looked super well building their teams together. Of course, Minimize kind of takes a little bit of a back foot. He lets most of his players do the work, and then Ibrocky, he's been astounding in the numbers numbers, I have to say, leading by example for KT.
Yeah, Minimize, you know, he is the captain, but all he has to do is correct course. He doesn't really have to steer the ship. It's on the autopilot, if that sort of makes sense. And it's always good when your IGL can just focus on playing the game himself and not having to micromanage the team. But Cooper Troopers, definitely no slouches. We will just have to wait and see. And speaking of waiting and see, let's have a look at these map vetoes, Tony. Let's see the battlefields of choice that these teams decided to go with. It looks like 95X not wanting to tussle with Pearl, which is interesting. You know, we spoke to Minimize a couple months ago now, Tony, and he said he absolutely loved Pearl, but a lot of other teams did as well. So interesting, a little tidbit there. But Lotus taken away by the Cooper Troopers. They don't want to tussle with the most recent map.
Yeah, super smart call, taking out Lotus, 95X taking out Pearl. They've, of course, love that map, but some of these other teams, as you said, do too. KT, Mammoth, two of those teams that come to mind when I think of teams that like to play 95X on their pick. And it's going to be interesting. We get to see Bind back in the pool, which should be great. I have to say, it's been a while since I've seen Bind. There's been some super interesting changes, of course, with the teleporters, with a few of the box placements here or there. You can do some very niche things, and I'm interested to see what these players bring in terms of the compositions as well.
Yeah, it's always an interesting shake-up, you know, when they decide to change things mid-competition. Now that Bind is back in, it's thrown a whole different element into, teams would have had to have started stratting and practicing this map again, weeks in advance. The news wasn't necessarily dropped on them. There was plenty of warning. So we'll just have to wait and see who has necessarily put in the hours on paper. Yes, Bind is a map that is coming back, but like you alluded to, there have been changes, and those subtle changes have been put in to make the map more competitive. Have those things been discovered? Have those things been practiced and worked around? Or is it just going to be a good old-fashioned, a brawl on those sites? We'll just have to wait and see.
And we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, Ascend being taken out, a little bit of an interesting one, maybe a good read for the side of 95X. But of course, going to Bind, it's going to be interesting because going back to it, of course, 95X, the former Bonkers roster, they were one of those teams to do a heavy lot of implementation. Minimize himself really coined that kind of European comp where they played the post plants. They had the mollies with your Vipers, your Brimstones, even I believe Arrays in there. So much util for those post plants, and I'm curious to see whether that comes back this evening.
Yeah, that's a strength that 95X have really had to their game. They are more than happy. Well, it's not that they're happy to, they know when the side is lost. They know that if the hit is coming way too hard and there's only two players on a side, they'll peel off and then play for that full 5-man retake scenario. Like you said, will that be prevalent in their game tonight? We will just have to wait and see. Like we said, Cooper Troopers, they are no slouches. Yes, they're a little bit further down the leaderboard, but not by much. Let's see what these agent selections are going to be, Tony, because it all starts right here.
And it starts with the agent picks, and I am definitely seeing some interesting things and some old classicos. What, going back to the Viper, always love to see that one, but Minimize going for the Harbor and Dragon going for the Gecko. This is a very interesting one. Speaking about the post plant situation, Gecko's quite good at it too. He can sit back, he can throw a little bit of the dizzies out, you can line up a few things with the molly. And this is going to be an interesting comp. Both teams opting for Harbor on a map like Bind. Good, but maybe not the best. We'll have to see.
I mean, I like Fade on this map. Haunt has a lot of potential. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be in the hands of Ibrocky at some stage. We know that he is renowned for his KO, but I don't think so. I think Fade was actually on the 95X side. We'll have to just wait and see. No, it's actually going to be Lomu. But Ibrocky going to be rocking the Sky, another agent which has sort of come back into her own a little bit. Since those flash changes, Tony, that players have sort of started to figure it out. They know how to cook those guiding lights a little bit more to get the maximum value out of it. As we load in, here we go. Pistol round underway, 95X going up against the Cooper Troopers. Here on Bind, second last week in the VALORANT Challenges Oceania. Get around it.
And we're getting around it. Second last week, and these teams playing for the utmost importance, especially for this KT side. And well, of course, speaking about Sky changes, it's also interesting to see Sky was very in the meta before Bind fell out, but of course you didn't get to see Sky as much on some of those other maps, and so it's good to see Sky's return to these compositions. As you can see, 95X, they're just kind of feeling out B long for the moment, trying to get some info about where they want to go next.
Yeah, guiding light going to be thrown down B long by iBrocky. Information gathered, but in comes 95X with the pistols, but Noir is there and waiting. First blood for the Koopa Troopers has been drawn, but Dragon going to rush the plant, and 2 quick frags for 95X just says, you know what, this is our site for now. Snakebite just to zone out anybody coming through that teleporter, but Vex at close range with that Ghost, takes down Minimize. Lou, though, with this Frenzy, an ever-dominant force, 2 on 3. Still 95X with a man advantage. Harbour throwing out his utils. 2 players spotted. Little bro goes out. Let's see what Wingman's got. Now he's just waiting for the Dizzy, and this is how you play your Gecko on this map here, Tony. You just play around that util. 2 quick ones for 95X. And they made, well, a difficult situation look very, very easy there.
Yeah, an oppressive Dizzy being thrown there by Dragon. I have to say, Lou with the Frenzy to kick off the pistol. Not every day you get to see that one, but, you know, getting in the face, getting amongst it, and, well, trying to spoil KT early on and get some confidence to 95X's board. Straight to the Bulldogs, a few Spectres too. And KT, they're going to be, well, relegated to just pistols. Can't really afford to force all too much. iBrocky, though, thinking about bringing out Sheriff. Smart call, maybe. Could get something down at range, because he'll be playing for B. He'll be trying to help Noah out with that guiding light, try to get some info. But 95X, a good pistol, I have to say. Very solid in the post plant.
And now they're just going to abuse that monetary gain that they have. 3 Bulldogs in play here for 95X, and they again turn their attention over towards B long. There is a 3-player stack there with another player rotating, so Koopa Troopers are ready for them. It's a fool me once, fool me twice situation. Paint shell's been thought about here by Lou. They were tossed out by the Koopa Troopers, and that just may have been enough. That Viper's Wall cuts all the information away from 95X, but she does run out of gas. And now Koopa Troopers thinking that there may be a rotation on here, but 95X with their feet firmly planted in the B garden.
Yeah, I like it slow and kind of draw the rotates out of KT, keep them second guessing. Well, and of course, sometimes your worst enemy is yourself, and you can see everybody else is rotated off. It's just left to Noah. 95X still going to have the plant. RD in close range. He is going to send out the guiding light towards spawn. Nobody there for the moment, but RD is going to hold this line very aggressively. Yeah, they sort of played themselves there a little bit, did the Koopa Troopers. The initial rotate was good to get that 4-man stack on the B side, but just 95X played it nice and slow. Now both of these Harbours throwing out their walls. They crisscross over towards the back of the connector. And there's not really much Koopa Troopers can do here. They've only got pistols. Util being tossed at them like it's going out of fashion. Shorty's not going to be able to do much for there. And 95X may hunt them down here. It looks like Dragon was going to be doing that. Out goes the Dizzy. And it blinds everybody. Only good for 1, though. A little bit unfortunate. Koopa Troopers will sacrifice themselves to the explosion, just to make sure they get that little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. But 2 rather convincing rounds to start things off here for 95X. Yeah, I have to say, great flash from Dragon, great counteractive flash from iBrocky, though. Expected both of them to go for the swing respective on that corner, and, well, I have to say, Dragon, he got 1. It doesn't really matter all too much. He's got a Sheriff now to play with. He probably would have wanted to keep that Spectre. 95X probably want to farm up that cash a little bit more, keep those guns online and really stable out the economy. But of course they're facing down the Vandals, the Phantoms here from KT, and well, it's interestingly enough, KT have opted for some very, very early give up B control. Will play for the retake, but they probably want to fight a little bit more for it. 95X, they've been given too much room early on. They haven't again, just gaining ground over towards this B side. Garden is theirs. They chew up that ult orb like it's Pac-Man's marshmallows, and now this B side again, just way open here. You can see Thrash being thrown in by Dragon, scouts it out. There's nobody on that site. Koopa Troopers, this is their buy round. They've got to get back there. They've still got players over towards A, because you've got Watt just being a menace. There it is over towards the A side. He gets first blood, but iBrocky on the other side swinging through the Harbour Wall with the help of Rags. Just clean up 95X, who tried to get the plant down again, but timing is everything in this game, and Koopa Troopers make it work for them. And Mini over to fight towards middle. And of course now it's left to loot. Spikes dropped in the open. And well, He's the one to do it. 2 satchels left to play with. He spots Vex swinging from the right side. He's going to toss a satchel. That forces Ibrocky back, but they're going to swing together. They're going to play with the numbers. Vex to jiggle again from the right, left-hand side this time around. And KT going to be picking up that first round for themselves. A much-needed rifle round because 95X, they won that. It could have been scary territory early on.
Yeah, they decided to commit Watt over towards the mid-section. And he was just being sort of a fly on the wall that was buzzing around, just letting Cooper Troopers know that he was there, and he drew the attention of 2 players. So 95X had, you know, power numbers over towards that site, over towards B, and unfortunately they couldn't make it work. Just the timing was so good from the Cooper Troopers, but they needed that. A little bit of luck going their way. What will 95X do again here? Ibrocky with that long-range guiding light knows that at least somebody is over towards the fountain, and now 95X for the first time this game think about something other than B long.
Yeah, thinking about the potential over towards window, over towards hookah. You can see the Lou is going to be taken out by Noah. Great little pick, and 95X, they actually back off with it. They know that now KT are going to over-rotate to B, because they've been doing that quite often in some of their games. 95X take that pick, they go straight back to the market, and they're thinking about A. Of course, that wall set up to cut off lamps for the moment, but nobody has shower control here for 95X. It's going to be an interesting take for them, especially with KT rotating the harbor back towards that A site. This is going to be a rough one.
Ibrocky, trigger discipline. He's going to see who's there. Information is everything, and Ibrocky gets 3. Could have had 4. He deserves it. The Seekers are out. They know exactly where 95X are. It's all up to Minimize and what? Spike in mid. Shower. Oh no, Minimize just looks the wrong way. Haunt goes out. Where's the last remaining member? What? 59 HP in market. Spike in hand. But the positioning on the other side of that wall. Ibrocky on Sky. The Australian representation in this game. And Bot just manages to sneak past there, but the time is going to be his #1 enemy. And 95X about to get timed out here as the Cooper Troopers will take a 2nd consecutive round, all thanks to Ibrocky. Opening frag, opening first blood, did go to 95X. And the rotation, you know, that mental game of chess was won by the Cooper Troopers.
Yeah, I have to say, Ibrocky, as we said, leading by example. That's why we had him in the head-to-head. Getting in that flank was absolutely huge. As you saw, it shut down 3 players. 95X didn't even know what hit them. They weren't even ready for it. Ibrocky just sneaking behind enemy lines, stopping 95X when, well, what they needed most was probably that round as well. It will be back to a bite, so Bulldogs, Guardians, and of course, Vandal here for what? This might be an interesting situation. Early wall. Not really liking to play the rest of 95X. That's a good Dizzy from Dragon for KT, actually. It blinded everybody on 95X. But they're still going to try to walk up.
Here we go, Harbour. He's got that util. Orb goes out, but Noir makes it work for him. They decide to push into it. And like bulls to the gate, 95X charge in, 2 quick frags. And now the rotate has to come from the Cooper Troopers. They do have money to play with. This is, you know, it was almost a force buy here from 95X. There is 1 Guardian in play, 1 Bulldog. We do have 3 rifles, but regardless of their hardware, they're still making this work. They take up rather forward positions here on defense, not peeling off or playing for the plant. They're just waiting for the opposition to come to them. But Ibrocky, behind enemy lines, manages to find the head of Dragon. Minimize just waiting on the other side of this wave here. Does he decide to push through it? Ibrocky, though, there he is, takes down Lou, but the timer working for 95X here, and that's unfortunate for Rags. Went through, looked the wrong way. Lomu's good for 1, but has to back off. And RD and Watt will be able to get away with their lives. But that round going over to 95X. And 2-tap, I must say, this game so far, rather impressive. A lot closer than I would have thought, but I love it.
Yeah, especially a lot closer than we would have expected looking at, you know, the table at the moment. You know, 95X at that 2nd place. KT kind of fighting for that 5th to 6th mark at the moment. And, well, you know, you look at that one on paper, you're like, all right, this should be pretty easy for 95X. But KT, they've got a bit of life to them. They've got a bit of fighting spirit, knowing that these are the last few weeks. They know they have to put the wins on the board when they matter the most. And Ibrocky currently 8-2, halfway almost to that ultimate. Because 95X, they do have one of theirs online, and it should be interesting to see. Again, they're going back to B, this time as Ford, just leaving Watt over towards the market for a little bit of a lurk, trying to fake the A split. But of course, KT aren't fooled. They're straight stacked up hookah with 2.
They saw the Reckoning come in and they decide to push. Now they're going to regroup here. I like this from the Cooper Troopers, power in numbers, but they may not be expecting what they're at the fountain. There it is. He gets 2. And unfortunately, they're just losing the jewels here, are the Cooper Troopers. 95X just better mechanically. And that's a flawless round. I wasn't expecting that one. Neither were 95X, and the Cooper Troopers were definitely not expecting it. And now money becomes a real problem here for the Cooper Troopers. How much have they got? Enough to force, potentially, but 95X, one more round, and they may just have the foot on the throat, and that could quickly turn into a 6th round, and this game could snowball if Cooper Troopers are not careful.
Yeah, it's interesting to see 95X actually just played that one a little bit default. You know, expecting KT to push, and they definitely did. Few through that hookah, tried to get out with the guiding light from Ibrocky, but didn't seem to matter all too much. There is going to be a Phantom purchased by Rags. He's quite rich compared to the rest of the teammates. And it is going to be half shield. Of course, Rags to riches, who would have thought? 95X. They've got a few ultimates online. We've got the Thrash. We've got the Showstopper. Some very impressive and kind of space-making tools that 95X have at their disposal for this.
Also, util over towards mid here. Looks like A is going to be potentially eyed off here by 95X, but they play it nice and slow. Holding the hard cubby was Rags. And that's a surprise play that he is known for. He ain't going to full minimize. Early frag. And that's the hero rifle down as well. Unfortunate for the Cooper Troopers. They need to recover that, but in comes 95X off the back of the guiding light. Wingman going to get this plant down. And Dizzy going to be grabbed again. So all this util being recovered by Gecko, and all these frags picked up here by 95X, and they just mow down Cooper Troopers, who didn't really have much in the way of hardware. But another round on the board for them, so probably good that the Cooper Troopers didn't force buy into that one. Rags will have enough to come and play this, yeah, he will, to come and play this round. And 95X, though, they are sitting very, very pretty. Their cash stack is monstrous, and it looks like the towel going to be thrown in just a little bit here for the Cooper Troopers. I mean, what can they do here? They picked up 2 very convincing rounds off the back of their buy, but ever since then, 95X just, they are winning duels, and that's what's getting them over the line here. Cooper Troopers are winning rounds based on their positioning, but 95X, when, you know, they both go head-to-head, they're just the ones that are coming out on top when the dust is settled.
Yeah, it's kind of, I guess, to be expected that they're winning out these gunfights. 95X, you know, a wealth of experience behind these rosters. Of you know, a few of them on this 95X side have played together. They've played on, you know, different high caliber teams. Lou, of course, formerly from Fun Crew, and, you know, Dragon, he's been around the block too. I believe he also used to be on Fun Crew. So, you know, you got that little bit of synergy with Dragon and Lou from the former Fun Crew roster. Of course, Minimize and RD played on that Bonkers roster. Watts played it the top for, well, since the game's inception. It feels like, you know, different teams here or there.
Yeah.
And of course, 95X, you see that it's an experience difference at the moment. KT kind of, they found that, you know, young kid swagger. They started it off with a few rounds, but of course then 95X, they broke it down, minimized, identified what was going wrong, and then 95X, they realized they just had to play default. They had to play slow, let KT come to them and play the angles perfectly.
Yeah, and they adapt as the game goes on to 95X, and Lou, showstopper straight up the guts. And Rags on the receiving end of that one. So he's forced to watch from the sidelines as the rest of the Cooper Troopers, they roll up, they rotate from the B site. 2 players over towards heaven, the others going for the ground and pound assault. Lou, though, that's a great position there with the rifle. Able to catch anybody coming to rotate through the connector. But Ibrocky, good entry frag. They need to play off the back of this. One for Vex, the Seekers are in. Lomu, and they're just trading up here, but Ibrocky gets 2. This is good news for the Cooper Troopers. They got one player left to contend with, but what? With that experience we were talking about, he's got the lineups. He just has to play at timing here. Look at that, Crash, love your work. And now Lomu has to get this halfway, but this snakebite going to take him down. What's what got? Here it is. The snakebite does the job, but they just try to stagger it up, and it's not going to be enough. And what? Says that was too easy.
He drops the spray and he lets them know that he didn't have to do anything. Of course, the snake bites, you know, recently, I say recently, this was ages ago, don't full kill off of one, but the fact that he could just sit there, dump another, and nobody can test their KT, that's so unfortunate. And that's the 95x post-plant situation we expected to see. What with a huge denial of the defuse and 95x to keep the ball rolling.
Well, that was different that round. The Cooper Troopers were the one winning the gunfights. They played off the back of their U2 to perfection, let the Seekers do their work, and then they just rolled in. But 95x, you know, we spoke about their post plant and how good it was. Well, that right there is the pièce de résistance. The lineups from Watt were just sublime. And now the guiding light going through, and yeah, this is going to be a throwaway round for the Cooper Troopers. They try to take a couple guns away from 95x, but are unable to do so. They run it down into spawn almost. And there are there's one player remaining. It's Rags to Riches, who somehow always manages to find himself with some type of gun. And the flick of the wrist from Watt. He's just too good. 7 rounds on the board here for 95x, and the Cooper Troopers just struggling to find anything. Not a crumb going their way.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit out of hand. Of course, they called attack. Normally, you see a team kind of pick it up from there, identify a few issues that are going wrong and start to run it back a little bit going into it. But this half is starting to get very dicey for KT. This is defense side, this is bind, this is 95x just kind of rolling with the punches. We see Lou currently 11-4, Watt's 11-2. They've had ultimates up for so many of these rounds, and of course Rags has that ultimate up online, and of course that concuss could be good at holding, but Lou again just walking out through a short and taking the gunfight. No util needed.
No, good old-fashioned elbow grease here for 95x. And now they find themselves with a man advantage, turning their attention over to where everything started towards the B side, but things are a little bit different. What's going on here? There is a Viper's Pit waiting for them, and Noir is more than happy to sit in that. He kind of has to now with the recent Viper changes. So that's one thing, you know, if you're going to head into a Viper's Pit, you know, the snake cannot be too far, Tony. But she's still great at delaying out here. It looks like Vec's going to send one through the showstopper. Oh, luckily they got around the corner in time.
They got around, they got out, but still, they need to hold on to this B site. You can see that Nor sitting amongst the Viper's Pit. Cover for the moment with a good cove there from 95x. They can secure that plant with... Well, actually, it's not going to be the wingman this time. Normally, you see Dragon give him the spike so that it can spike, plant the wingman. Brocky. Good little trade there, good little double. And now they're out to the site. It's actually 95x with the reverse. The Uno reverse cards pulled out will come from CT now. And it's going to be a nice little toxic orb to cover off this elbow position. Nord's trying to get onto the spike. And those snake spikes are actually stopping him yet again. KT, their worst enemy is not the players themselves, it's the util. And Lou to find a triple to close that one out. 95x. They reverse it, and they swap it back, and they take it out. 8th round to their ball.
Yeah, that's just class from 95x. They decided to go over towards B. They saw a Viper's Pit in their way. Tony, most teams would see a Viper's Pit and think, you know what, we kind of have to go towards the A side. Not 95x. They decide to find another way in. They go B short, straight through hookah, and then the rest is history. But what? I tell you what, Cooper Troopers are going to be going to sleep tonight having nightmares of this man and his snake bites. They're just on another level here at the moment. And that's an interesting wall there from Harbour, but Cooper Troopers, Sheriff's in hand. Brocky with Noir down B long, unable to find anybody. And that's that gunfight victory that we were talking about. Now Sheriff's pocketed for 95x. They say you're going to take our guns, we're just going to take yours. Wingman going to get the spike down. 95x don't even have to put a big toe on that side if they don't want.
Yeah, they're just not even having to do anything about it. They throw the Harbour wall to cover both entry points. This is the good thing about bringing Harbour to bind, and definitely cool to see from both of these teams that you can cover multiple angles with that wall. You throw it up, it goes across CT into the elbow. That way, nobody can swing unless they want to get slowed immediately. You can see what on this flank already taken out KT before they can even think about trying to retake. He finds another on a Vex, a little bit dicey. Rags able to trade it back. Vandals retrieve for Rags, but he's not going to hold on to it for very long. Dragging a spin and taking it out. 95x. Well, 9's in the name, 9's in the scoreboard.
Yeah, poor Rags to riches. Before he could even, you know, cock the rifle, it was dropped back again. And 95x, they have got rounds 4 days here. They are so far ahead in terms of mental, economy, hardware, everything. At the moment, the only thing that's even Stevens is the ults. You've got 2 apiece on either side here, but the Cooper Troopers need more than that at the moment. They need a miracle. They need a prayer. They need divine intervention. They need something. Because 95x are just a cut above, but we will see an early reckoning going into the site. A thrash as well. Intentions clear here from 95x. It's a good seize though, going to catch them on the other side of the showers. Wingman going to get the spike down, or is he? No, he's just the bait here. He's spotted Lomu on the other side. And he gets stunned up here. The spike is down. Nobody's been taken out. Another Viper's Pit. This time it's from Watt. And Ibrocky taps the spike. Vex gets the frag onto Watt. So that Viper is down. Here come the Cooper Troopers. They've got 2 quick frags. Make it 3. Ibrocky gets 1. Rags is going to stick the defuse. Can the Cooper Troopers do it? No. Thrash knocks him off. He's suspended. That's no good at all. The detain. It's not enough though. And the Cooper Troopers with an absolute scrap manage to secure the round with 4 players remaining. Unfortunately for them, it was the last round of the half, but they apply a bandage to that hemorrhage for now, Tony.
Well, I tell you what, there was so much utility
Right?
on that site to keep track of. The thrash came back up after it was thrown towards the back right-handed side, right? You didn't expect that thrash to be back up, but it was there. The concuss from the harbor, I don't know whose it was. It could have been either of them. But of course, Ibrocky then just taking the fights after sticking the spike halfway. I tell you what, Crash, I applaud the effort because I had no idea what just happened.
He's probably having an aneurysm right now, poor guy. Can somebody go check on him, make sure Crash is okay? But it all started with that seize from Lomu on the other side of the showers. He saw that, you know, 95x were really putting the pedal to the metal, and Seize caught them and just said, you know what, let's set up positions here. We've got a couple seconds, and that allowed them to get that round in their basket. So well done, Lomu. Well done, Cooper Troopers. I need a little bit more where that came from, though, because 95x, they're just a cut above here. They're just too strong. RDW pushing on the other side here, but Vex, though, 1-on-1, but Minimize, again, turns this seesaw back into the favor of 95x. Spike was tapped, though. Not enough to bait out Minimize.
Yeah, he backs off. He plays the range. I guess he kind of can afford to just sit back in this elbow hole, and well, the rest of 95x looking to come up through B long. Lou is going to find one on the Lomu, and Dragon storming through, but that is he. But it's still Lou finding these picks. No frenzy in the hand. It's going Ghost for this one. 95x don't even let KT plant before going for the retake. It's 10 digits. This is getting out of hand, kid.
Yep, double-digit territory here for 95x. They are on the home stretch. 3 more rounds will seal the deal. And the Cooper Troopers with an absolute mountain to climb. But it is not over yet, Tony. You know what? You and I have been in these exact chairs with this exact position. And we've seen the team now known as Nerd Punt fumble to this very team. But I think 95x... just the way they're playing at the moment, they're going to be hard to displace here. 2 Bulldogs coming into this round, 3 Spectres, so not as much firepower as they had after winning the pistol in the first round. Sorry, the first half, rather. But even now, Cooper Troopers, even with their own pistols, they are still not deterred. They just gobble up that ult orb over towards the B long site. Another snake bite coming out from none other than Watt himself, but oh my goodness. Just the crossfire, the range, everything from 95x going right over towards this B site. And now the Cooper Troopers, look at them. They're stuck there. Oh, I was about to say they were going to be hunted down, shot like ducks in the middle of hunting season. And yep, it's rough to see, isn't it? And that's another round on the board for 95x. 11-3. We are witnessing an absolute massacre here.
Yeah, you hate to see it if you're a KT fan right now. And, well, I definitely was hoping for something more. The way that started, this didn't look like it'd be a scoreline like this. I expected it a little bit more even, but KT, they just look a little bit lost. 95X, they're playing aggressive now on this defense side. They're bringing the same fire that they brought to the attack side. They're letting KT walk to them. And KT, they're just getting outgunned at every avenue. Round number 15, huge important round. The way this game will swing, 95X 2 away from the victory here on Bind. And for KT, it starts with the Vandals, it starts with the Phantoms, it starts with that first pick.
It does. Remember the last time Cooper Troopers had a bye round? In that first half, they made it work. They picked up 2 consecutive rounds. Unfortunately, there was not much of a story to tell after that, Tony. Nice guiding light from RD with a bit of range. He's still got the Sheriff. He doesn't care. Well, they kind of have to. I think they only lost 1 member in that previous round. And, well, Lou, forced to watch from the sidelines as Cooper Troopers draw first blood here. Be long. The 95X playground usually, and Cooper Troopers, they sort of have to respect that. They're not going to be able to take that orb. 95X have it on lock. And Brocky going to be forced to back away from that one. The guiding light reveals him, but he is running away. So that'll force 95X to stick around just for a little bit longer. As Cooper Troopers, they get a full 5-man stack over towards this midsection.
Yeah, full 5 men. Walking through short right now. Minimize, you can't hear him. He's got no clue where they're coming from. That dog goes through shower, so info's clear. Wall goes up, and KT haven't even been spotted on this spike plan. Of course, they have been heard definitely now by Minimize. But he's going to wait. He's got his teammates to come help him out. There's one over towards shower. RD's been taken out by Lomu, who walking back through that short side, going to play a little bit more further off the site. Dragon, oh, he's able to find Brocky. And 4v4 retake, this is still doable for 95X.
Yeah, the time is working against them, though. They need to get a wriggle on. They've got a 1-man disadvantage, but hello, 3 kills out of nowhere. Blink and you'll miss it. Gecko getting a mosh kill in there as well, but Lomu, he's still lurking. The Haunt gonna reveal Dragon, and they're just playing the dance here, the tit for tat, but Minimize. All that did was buy him time to get that defuse across the line, and Lomu, even though he got 3 frags, he needed 1 more, but now 95X, off the back of that Minimize defuse, not quite a ninja, it was guarded. They make it work. 1 round away from the victory here, Tony. First map, best of 3. Cooper Troopers, do they just throw it away here, or do they go out fighting?
They're going to have to go out fighting. You saw how important Lomu keeping that Phantom, not dying in that post round. Because it's round number 16. It's do or die here on Bind, already for KT. And of course, they're going to force around it. But I have to say, 95X, they're using this harbor so well. Those coves have been sensational out of Minimize.
He's making him work for his team and himself, but you'd hate to be on the receiving end of that one. Brocky, I think everybody in the audience felt that one. And 95X just looking to style over Cooper Troopers here in this first map. They're waiting for 95X to come to them, though, the Cooper Troopers. Okay. 95X just looking to overstep here, but they say, hang on a minute, take a deep breath. Cooper Troopers playing rather default. And they will not be lured. They did not take the bait, 95X. They almost did. They smelt it, and they said, you know what? Not today.
Not today. Definitely not today. Nor is going to be walled off for the moment. Aggressive placement of that one. Especially kind of a little bit early, you'd feel, for 95X. They are playing off the site. They've pushed through showers. So much info, and Vex is not going to know that spike drop. 95X have eyes on it. And Lou going to be playing on the other side of this wall. It's such a smart position. 95X just outgunning, out-positioning, and outdoing KT. It's left to Noor in the 1v5, and it's not going to matter all too much. Just nod quickly there from what he's vibing it. 95X are feeling it. That's 13-3. A dominant first map here from 95X.
Yeah, that is rough if you are a Cooper Troopers fan, but, you know, that's just the class of 95X. You know, we say it is what it is in this scene. A lot of it gets thrown around sometimes too often, but that... There's not much you can do about that. 95X, you know, using that experience. That is a team that is consisted of players that have been around since this game has started out. They played OG Bind. I can guarantee you they are more than happy to see it back into the competitive rotation. And that scoreline right there just proves it.
Yeah, I have to say a massive, massive game out of everybody here from 95X. As we said, minimize kind of using that harvest super well, but we saw some huge, huge impacts from Lou there. 20-6 on the Rays. Definitely why he's probably one of the highest highest rated players in the region at the moment. Lou's a sharp contender. 95X, they got themselves that bind pick, and I tell you what, Ibrocky, he had some moments. I have to say, I'll give him credit. But again, it was a leading by example. Nobody else was following that example. It's very hard if you're the only one really getting in the fray. KT just looked so uncoordinated there on that first map.
Yeah, he had a nice first half, especially did Ibrocky. That nice lurk through the markets area where he got the drop on 95X was just supreme, but it just was not enough. A sprinkle is not going to get them across the line. They need the entire feast because 95X, give them an inch, they take a mile. But will they be able to go the whole distance? There is one, potentially two more maps left in this best of three, but not if 95X have anything to say about it. We're going to take a very short break and just see if this will be a 2-0 whitewash or if Cooper Troopers can clap back.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You come this far, and you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Challenges Oceania. If you missed that first map, you missed, well, there's one word for it, a massacre. It was the Koopa Troopers getting absolutely stomped by 95X, who were just a class above, showing you why they are one of the best teams in this region. My name is Kit Fox, joined by 2Tap Tony. 2Tap, any thoughts on that game?
There's very little, I have to say. KT, you know, it's their pick, and 95X, I have to applaud them, those crafty little devils that they are. They know that some of these teams specialize in 1 or 2 maps here or there, and they just had the whole read, though. This Brocky flank was pretty good. I was like, all right, KT, they're starting to look good. I'm liking this. And then it just went completely missing from there. We didn't get to see anything out of KT really, other than like one more round, and then 95X, they closed it very, very convincingly.
Yeah, that was unfortunately probably the last highlight we'll see from the Koopa Troopers, but they can make up for it. 2Tap, they've still got one map here at least. If they take that, we will go to map number 3, but 95X, it's going to be hard to knock them off with the way that they are playing here at the moment. They're just better, and it's reflected in their gameplay, it's reflected in their rotations, but the duels are what stand out to me the most. They are just winning the gunfights. The Koopa Troopers, I don't know, they just need to get up into Kovacs or something, because players like Lou, we know he loves to aim train. Those are his last 3 games that he's played there up on screen. It's scary.
Yeah, his last 2 games, that one and of course the one previously, the ACS is out of this world. 300 plus, just absolutely uncontested. Average damage per round is about 200. Lou's an absolute demon. Those KDs just got better and better. We go from 1.5 to 2.9 to 3.8, that last one, 20 and 6. That's why 95X wanted him. They needed someone to replace that kind of flashy duelist. Lou, not so much as of late, but of course this 95X roster, it's just built for him. They're
built for each other, which is great. You know, yes, it's going to be the last time we see them fly under the 95X banner, but the best thing to come out of that is that they are staying together as a unit, and the cohesion that they have built over the last couple of months is not going to be undone, which I think is the undoing of a lot of teams in the OCE region. You know, you put so much effort into building a roster, and then just to have them split apart for no particular reason, sometimes it's crazy. But Tony, we're waffling on. We need to talk about the now. The now is Haven as we head into map number 2, because map number 1, Bind, the newest, I say in quotes, map to the rotate, one of the newest maps to the competitive rotation. It's made its resurgence, and 95X just look completely at home.
Yeah, and of course now we have the Haven, 95X's pick, and it's an interesting one. The 95X have opted to pick Haven against a team like KT because, you know, KT, even back in Split 1, Haven was pretty good for them, solid standings overall, and very heavy upset potential, I have to say. You know, Brocky, the rest of them, they love to play on Haven, nor especially, I've seen some great maps out of him on this. So it's going to be curious to see what we see out of 95X. I doubt we'll be seeing Harbor going into this one, but you know, 95X, they may be cooking in the kitchen again.
We'll just have to wait and see. You know, we spoke a little bit in the pre-game about Koopa Troopers and their surprise factor. You know, we've seen them rattle the best of teams. We've seen them do it to Nerd Punt. Granted, it was on Fracture. Haven, it's a different kind of story. Haven is a map, you know, it's got 3 sites. There's a lot of open potential, especially if you are on the attacker side. You know, it's hard to defend because you can get a little bit thin, but it all comes down to the agent selection, which we will get into shortly. Cypher, who's recently made a resurgence, could be played. Like you said, Harbor, probably not so much, but Breach, this is his playground. It'll be interesting to see if we'll have mirrored compositions, which we sometimes see quite often on Haven, let's be real, or do 95X or either the Koopa Troopers have something up their sleeve?
There could be, you know, KT pulling a rabbit out of their hat and going, you know what, we've got Haven now, we've got something different to bring to 95X, and, well, we'll bring you now the picks here for both of these teams, and we'll get to see what they opt to decide to bring it to the table. Of course, Killjoy, pretty prevalent Senti here for both of these teams as well. We've seen KT love to play that one. Astra, Breach, a tried and trusted combo. KJ as well, loving to see the util here. Lou gonna be going back to the Jet, Vex going over to the Jet as well, but okay. RDW, we haven't seen a Sober from him in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, this is a throwback if ever I've seen one, all the way to the order days. RDW, it has been quite some time, and I think everybody in the audience, you know, we're pushing a K here, is going to be treated to something that we haven't seen in this scene or granted anywhere for quite some time. But that's only the notable exception here, is that RD is going to be playing the server, and we do have a Sky locked in on the side of the Koopa Troopers. Other than that, it is a mirrored composition, 2 Breaches, 2 Jets, 2 Killjoys. On a map like this, I really do like the Killjoy pick, much more than Cypher. I think, you know, she has that ability to just deal more damage and just has a bit more lock potential, or pardon the pun, lockdown potential, just on a site. So I love this. I absolutely love it. But do the Koopa Troopers have it, you know, within themselves to just slay this giant that is 95x? You know, 95x, you could argue that they're the best team in the region because they have beaten Nerd Punt at the top of the table. Yeah, it's all stats and hearsay at the end of the day. We'll just have to wait and see, but looks like early damage being thrown out towards the back of A Long, and Koopa Troopers, they get chunked down very early.
Yeah, Lou going for that dash shot with the Sheriff. But it is going to be Vex to take out RD, though. Is one play out of 95X's arsenal of players. KT, they're looking to walk up with that space. Of course, they can create so much of it with that breach. You can see Nort lurking about mid. Could be caught by Watt, who has pushed all the way through C Long. And he is going to look for it. He's going to check it, Frenzy out, and takes out Watt. 2 players down for 95X, but KT, they don't want to go to A. They're going to rotate. They're going to do what 95X did to them in the last map. Dragon, though, still holding from Garage. Able to get one before backing off. Try to even it up a little bit more before KT hit the C site.
He drew out the fault line as well, so that's a little bit of util off for a couple seconds here for the Koopa Troopers. And Dragon just lines him up and knocks him down with the pistol from the cheap seats from the back of the C site, straight down the C Long. And now he gets the ace, and I tell you what, you can't ask for a much better start than that from 95X and Dragon. Mwah, chef's kiss perfection.
Play that funky beat, Dragon. Oh, God, get you it. In the pistol already, you know, Dragon. One of these players that we've seen flashy on the duelist. We've seen him go for those entry picks, but, you know, Minimize, he took a step back. He's like, Dragon, I know you're a flashy duelist, but I want to put you on the Sentinel. I want to put you on a different role, something you're not quite used to. I want to see how you perform. And I definitely have to say Dragon has filled out this role super, super well. And you saw, he was so patient. He was so calm. Took that garage peek, backed off, and then went for the C Long peek when he could go for it. Huge, huge round there for 95X. Starting off with already a half-charged lockdown.
That's crazy. Koopa Troopers, well, they had Butterfingers that last round. They got the 2 early frags. The man advantage firmly in their favor, but they were not expecting that they had to slay a dragon over towards that C site. I'm calling it 2-tap. It's that Minecraft hoodie buff right here and now. And that Creeper cosplay definitely scaring the Koopa Troopers team. And they decide to have a look over towards the C site. Oh, 2 Astras though. This will be interesting. Sort of mental chess, but straight onto the site here are the Koopa Troopers. Jet just investing a little bit of util to get there. Oh no, Noir taken down over towards mid. And that's a man advantage to Minimize. Yes, Spike is down. Time in the favor of the Koopa Troopers. Oh, actually eating the fault line in the garage area. Might have hit the Owl Drone there, can't be certain, but Owl Drone finds its value, spots one, and they just line up here. Dragon and Minimize getting on the board, but Rags and Lomu with the pistols, there's still a problem here.
Oh,
As I say that though, 4 frags for Minimize. And trying to lead from the front here in this second round. Not quite as good as Dragon's ace. You know what? That's like trying to beat a royal flush. You just can't, Tony. But 95X, they'll go to 2-0. Koopa Troopers now on the bye.
and a little small thing to note there, you know, Minimize getting 4 kills and then getting the defuse. He gets 5 ultimate orbs as well, so this is going to be 95X with so much utility early on. We're round 3 in. 95X won the first 2. Dragons 1 away from the lockdown. Minimize is, you know, pretty close to that Rolling Thunder as well. KT, this is scary territory. You can see they're going to be opting for a purchase, a few of them only with the light shields. And they kind of need to get a little bit more in the face of 95X. They're letting them sit comfortably in positions they shouldn't be.
4 assists from RDW as well, even though he's still yet to pick up a frag. Definitely being valuable. And Lou spotted 1 player over towards the midsection. It looks like they will push here, 95X. Minimize out, having a look at that window. Noir, just not expecting a player up the top there, but Lomu manages to catch out the lurking Minimize, and that's 2 quick frags now going the way of the Koopa Troopers. They find themselves with a man advantage, as they did in the pistol round. And Dragon is down too, so Koopa Troopers just maybe in with a chance here. All of that Killjoy util over towards that C site, completely nullified.
Yeah, completely without their util over at that C site. And you can see that 95X have pushed up through mid. So they know that KT is not going to be there. They're walking all the way through C long. But they're taking it slow. Because they don't know where 95X are till that very kill. RD able to find Rags on the backstab. He is going to go for the jump peek. A spot for a few KT players. There is one hiding in the cubby. It is going to be Lomu. RD's not going to check it. Neither is Blue. Neither is What until the very last moment. But Vex and Lomu, perfect hold there from Long. And 95X, it's a tried and trusted saying. You got to check both ways before crossing the stream.
I mean, that's FPS Gaming 101, isn't it? Always check your corners and positional advantage, allowing the Koopa Troopers just to get the drop there on 95X. They only lost 1 member as well, so good news for them. They just relied on the trigger discipline there of Lomu, and everybody did their job. You know, let Server go past, still... Well, RD actually picked up 2 frags that round, but Koopa Troopers, they needed that. Because if 95X took that round, they would have broken their economy. They would have gone to 4 rounds, because this one would have been a throwaway. And, you know what, we're speculating, because the Koopa Troopers looking very strong here. But that operator in the hands of Lou, we've seen him tear shreds off enemies at the start of rounds on this very map, with that very gun, on this very agent. Will it be deja vu? Koopa Troopers not giving too much away here to start, though, but Rags... in one of those positions that people just may not be expecting here.
And the good thing about Rags on the Astra is he can play that position and he doesn't have to swing. He can still help his teammates out from the other side of the map. The power of this Astra smokes up the garage window for the rest of KT to walk it up. But interestingly enough, 95X, they've given the site completely. They've put What all the way down through C long, and they've got Dragon playing all the way to the back of CT. You can see this is going to be an interesting position. What needs to find at least 1 or 2 kills before falling, but he only gets the damage in.
2 players there, just probably not what was expecting. Didn't really know who to aim at, and unfortunately for 95X, they have to give this C site over towards the Koopa Troopers. Oh no! Yeah, I thought Ibrocky would have slipped in underneath Minimize there, but just gave himself away. Tried to take the position before checking it. And that lockdown invested will just allow 95X to gain a little bit of real estate here. We'll see the aftershock come out, but it is a long plant, and the Koopa Troopers are playing for it. They still have breach. They can blind away to their heart's content, but RD, the soldier, on the front lines. Another aftershock buying time, but the swing from Vex is not good. Rolling Thunder here from Lomu. Minimize, gets it to halfway. They still have time. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Koopa Troopers with the positional advantage, and there's the swing from Lomu. There's 2 players remaining. Do the Koopa Troopers have it? Yes, they do. Lou misses the shot. Noir takes Dragon, and Lou is forced to save. He runs away, tail between his legs, and the Koopa Troopers get a 2nd round on the board.
That's why they're the King Slayers. You can't count Koopa Troopers out in any round, and that Rolling Thunder from Lomu was absolutely perfect. It pushed 95X off the spike. They got it to halfway, sure you, but that allowed KT to get into a more aggressive position. We saw them both peeking from long, able to shut down anybody that tried to tap that spike again, and KT, a huge round played off of the util.
They need a little bit more of that, because we know what 95X can do. And they've come back from this position just minutes ago, Tony. The Koopa Troopers need, well, at least 2 more rounds to better their efforts from that first map. Because 95X, 2nd for a reason. 1st to a lot of people, depends who you ask. Trailblazers are going to be spotted by Lou, and this is what I'm talking about. Always able to draw that first blood, but that's a good cloud burst. They decide not to play off the back of it, though, so it's a bait more than anything else. Lou is not, well, he's none the wiser. As far as he's concerned, they crossed over towards Sewer, but the Seekers, they're going to play off the back of that. They follow it in. Dragon just holding firm at the garage area, and now the high ground here taken by Vex, doing his best Obi-Wan impression. Hunter's Fury, thrown out by RDW, just holds onto it, cooks it for a little bit. doesn't actually catch anybody as Lomu finally goes for the plant. And speaking of rolling thunders, this time it's going to come out here from Minimize. Dragon with a Guardian gets 2 before being taken down here by Lomu's Aftershock. Watt still has plenty of util, doesn't need it though, lets his gun do the talking, and his 95X roll in as a squad. And there, finally, the operator from Lu gets a little bit of blood on the muzzle. 95X get that round. They stem the tide a little bit. Cooper Troopers were looking threatening, but 95X way too G at the moment.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder to Rolling Thunder. Huge placement there. And 95X, you saw that they backed off B completely. All the way in CT spawn that Rolling Thunder came from Minimize. And I have to say, 95X, they got in just as quickly as they walked out. And KT, an unfortunate one to drop, means their money not quite the greatest going into this round number 6. And oh, this could be 95X coming back to a lead. We've got a few stingers there. Spectre, we've got the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide, but KT, do they invest these ultimates knowing that they've got limited gunnery? The lockdown's out.
Okay, they could catch a couple people here. They can catch Garage, they can catch the Rotate, can catch anybody on that site. They have to get the spike down though. Lomu finally gets it in. Nobody going to be detained. Lockdown actually destroyed here, so the spike now ticking away, but Lu with positioning. He finds Ibrocky, and that is as clean as you will come. Oh my goodness. Nobody who comes around that garage site was expecting that. And super crisp here from Lu. Minimize. Wants a bit of the action as well. Gets one before being taken down, but 95X don't need their fearless leader. We spoke about how the ship sort of steers itself, Tony, and that's a prime example of that. They all just go do their thing, and 95X find themselves with a round on the board, now a 2-round up over the Cooper Troopers.
And I feel that's kind of where you want to be at, the end of the day. Once you've started to work out all the rough patches, all of the mistakes, you want a ship that steers itself, and then you can kind of take control of that wheel if you need to. But 95X, if they're just going to let it steer as a 5, then it's going to net them some great success. They've got the lockdown now up. Interesting KT using the lockdown there on the Eco. Wouldn't have expected it. It gave them positioning, but 95X took the positioning back like straight away.
That's their post plan. We spoke about how good it was in the pre-game, and Cooper Troopers, that looked dangerous. The Astra Gravity Well actually catching one there, but Noir doesn't care. He finds 2, and now 95X just being way too aggressive. The positioning here from the Cooper Troopers, that's been the kryptonite here for 95X. Yes, they're losing the duels. When you run it down C long, for example, and you go head-to-head, usually it's 95X that comes out on top, but it's the positioning that's not being expected here. Jesus, Lu takes down Noir. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Cooper Troopers, you expect them to be a little bit better off. Lu says, I'm going to save that for later. Throws the operator to the ground, retrieves a Phantom. Says, we're going to go for this. We have to. Minimize, undoubtedly calling the shots here. Trailblazer going in. Taken down. Minimize spotted, and Vex just waiting, holding the angle here. Lu needs to come out on top here against 2. He cannot do so. And the Cooper Troopers get a much needed round back in control of this game. In terms of momentum, Tony, they are for now. But 95X, they've got money to play with. They should be able to buy back into this round and potentially the round after that. Watt needs a couple frags though, because Astra Util is very, very expensive.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Watt sitting at 2 and 4. Normally want to see some more kills to his total, but KT, a must round to keep their confidence flowing in, but to keep them out of that sour territory they found themselves in the last map. And of course, Haven, always a good one to see. A team like KT, especially in the pool recently. 95X though, they need to be a little bit cautious. The Cosmic Divide is going to cover the site completely for KT to walk up, updraft on top of the backside box here for Vex, and just going to hold for a swing. Knows that he can play this forward positioning, knowing that 95X are probably waiting to group up for this retake.
Yeah, that's perfect from Rags there. Look at the way it just cuts off Garage and CT. Unfortunately, it cannot last forever, and now 95X. Lu in the Garage. Yeah, indeed, that was delicious. Now there's 4 players remaining for the Cooper Troopers, but Ibrocky, with that positioning that we talked about, manages to get the drop onto Minimize, and the lockdown not going to grab anybody, but through the smoke, the bullet spray from Noir and the rest of the Koopa Troopers is good. What? Under the cover of that Nebula, going to try to stick the whole defuse, but Noir holds Mouse 1 and prays, and his prayers were answered. And that is just, again, how you play a post plant on attack at that seaside. They plant it long, they sit back there, one holds the flank, and Noir, a little bit of luck going his way, but the Koopa Troopers, they'll take that.
Yeah, they'll take that every day of the week. They tie up the scoreline, and they actually force 95X's hand a little bit. They've only got a limited amount of credits left to invest, and it's going to be half shield operator here for Lou, Stinger only for Minimize, and of course very limited bits of util here for Dragon. That's not what you want to see. You kind of need a turret, you kind of need a swarm if you're 95X right now, especially with how KT have been fluently placing themselves about the map.
Yeah, so 95X just struggling here on defense a little bit. We said it can be difficult. Haven is very much an attacker-sided map. Well, the 95X, with players like Lou, with an operator in hand, always dangerous. He finds the opening frag. And Koopa Troopers just have the brakes applied a little bit. They need a little bit more info before they can proceed from here.
Oh, Minimize underneath the window. Noah's not going to expect it, and that's a free upgrade for Minimize now. Rags, though, he's still put towards this short sewer position. He's been here for what feels like a few rounds now. Always his starting positioning, in 95X, they're looking to take it away from him as Lou almost dashes back into a fault line that came out of Lomu.
I mean, it could have been way worse. We'll leave it at that. Lomu, the last player. Got to come up with a miracle here. Needs 4 players to go through on the side of 95X and can't even get a bullet out of the muzzle as Dragon just swings at the perfect time. And 95X now back in control of this game. 5-4 on defense. Pretty good half from them so far. We know what an absolute powerhouse they are on attack, Tony. And on this map, against a team like Koopa Troopers, given the way map number 1 went, yes, you could say that this map is going a little bit better for KT. But that's only because, I mean, like we said, spread very, very thin on 95X.
Yeah, and getting too aggressive. We saw a previous round go KT's way because 95X, they just tried to shove it through every single position, catch them off guard, but not this time. KT on a little bit of a back foot, fully invested. They do have 4 ultimates to play with. We've got a Lockdown, we've got a Rolling Thunder, we've got the Knives, and we've got the Seekers. This is going to be an explosive round number 10 if KT can perfectly position this util apart. 95X, they're not going to be able to deal with it, really.
Looks like we have, I believe, a tech pause coming through. And we just wait for this one to tick down. But the Koopa Troopers, let's talk about their ult economy. We've seen a couple pretty good lockdowns from both of these Killjoys so far. Remember, Dragon had that up at, what, the 3rd round? It is going to be a 95X tech pause coming through, but we can sort of break this down a little bit. The economy here for 95X, yes, it was looking a little bit shaky there, but, you know, they get a much-needed donation with that round, you know, just bolsters the coffers a little bit. But Koopa Troopers, they've got 4 ults to play with, and they are big. We've seen what they can do with 1. Yes, it was the Cosmic Divide over towards that seaside. They got the round off it, but now they've got everything but. I mean, the Lockdown, the Rolling Thunder, if they can get another C long plant off here, which has arguably been their most successful strat tonight, 95X could be staring down the barrel of 1, maybe another 2 potential round losses.
Yeah, well, for the moment, they're playing default. They were expecting 95X to get aggressive towards lobby, and rightfully so. Lou has definitely been a beacon of light over at that A-long position or that A-sewer position. Doesn't matter which position. Lou's always a threatening presence to deal with. Dragon gonna push it down through C-long to take out the turret on the flank. So 95X now look to move where they please, especially with that flank no longer being held. And KT, do they invest a member to hold that one? They are looking to walk up through garage. A swarm perfectly placed by Dragon will be taken out. Dragon needs to hold on for dear life. He needs to maybe get one and then back off completely from that garage corner. Definitely will. KT now looking to rotate over towards mid.
And there's a Cosmic Divide coming in. It's not Rags. He used that a couple rounds ago. It is from Watt. Man advantage for 95X. Aftershock just clears a couple corners over towards the B site. And they really don't know which site this is going to go down at. Because that Cosmic Divide is cutting off all three straight down the middle. It is going to be the A site. And now we see the Shock Dart going out, but that is fantastic use of the fault line from Lomu playing off the back of that there. And here come the Koopa Troopers. 3 quick frags for them. Only 2 players remaining here for 95X. Lou and Dragon. Lou up towards the Heaven area. Could go in here, but they'll just be discussing amongst themselves here. Do they go back in for this? Lomu has to wait. That's all he has to do. He's on breach. Just throw out the fault line, then swing. Lou just hangs back. Dragon's there, but all these angles being held by the Koopa Troopers. 95X just can't find a way in. Not with this composition. Not with this gun. Oh, Lou gets one on the exit, and then he's going to get taken down by Rags if he's not careful. And Rags with the old jump. And then Lou decides to be a slippery one, but Rags composes himself and removes the operator from 95X. It'll be interesting to see where the economy lies after that one.
Big round from, well, Rags on that lurk. He got through A, gave the info over to KC that they can just walk it up. Cosmic Divide actually was a detriment there to 95X, and then Rags, he sat behind that box. He just didn't show any presence. 95X didn't know he was there. Swung at the right time. Backstab one of the players in 95X, and KT, they pick it up to 5. They even it up at 5. And for 95X, they still have a bye to this one, but the economy is being traded back and forth. Both these teams on the verge of being broken in terms of their credits. And for KT, they forced 95X's hands. They forced Lou to get aggressive towards Long again.
I mean, if you're going to be peaked by somebody, you don't want it to be Lou, right? And have a look at Vex now. He gets one, make it 2 over towards the C site with those knives. Bladestorm having great value. But 95X, they can still do this, but they've got nobody left on that C site. Everybody needs to roll up as a squad. It's going to be another long plant here from the Koopa Troopers, and we know what they can do from this position here, Tony.
Yeah, we know what they can do. Could look to see a retake come through. Minimize does have that rolling thunder, but Vex, and another RD's taken out, and Vex is on for one. It's going to be left to Lou. Now the only remaining member here at 95X. The right click comes out. He's not going to do it with the knives. He'll do it with the Vandal. Perfect, perfect ace. It's another one in this game of Haven. This time it's from Vex.
Last round before the switch.
I'll tell you what, Tony, I don't like to play favorites, but that one, I think that one was better. That was insane. Oh, put that one in the highlight reel, stamp it, send it out. Looking for Orga, the Koopa Troopers, off the back of that one. Whew. Absolutely nutty, but they need more where that came from because it's 6-5. And on Haven, when you're on attack, you maybe, just maybe would like a couple more rounds as we head in towards the half here. Last round, Tony, we're going to have a pistol coming out here from Lou. He's got some knives of his own. Can he replicate the brilliance that we just saw from Vex?
That's going to be a question. It's going to be waning on the back of 95X's mind right now because they're fully invested into this last. It's only a Sheriff for Lou, it's only a Spectre for Dragon. KT, and they're looking to walk it up. The Rolling Thunder is going to be sent across the C site. Dragon sits in the smoke. Normally it's a dangerous game to play, but the lockdown put into Garage gives KT room to work up towards the C site. And you see 95X, they have to wait it out. They've still got the Rolling Thunder for the retake themselves. It wasn't deployed in the last round, but Vex, this is an aggressive position. And he's going to lose it out to what?
Yeah, they had to give up their territory there for a little bit, did 95X, but now they are looking to reclaim their land. They've got full 5 players able to do so. Oh, that's unfortunate. And the timing, she can be a cruel mistress sometimes. As the Koopa Troopers net 2, Minimize, claps one back though, but he's still on this breach. With the pistol, he goes out and just has to give himself up. Astra with this util, what gonna stick this spike to at least halfway? No, he's unable to do so. The swing is coming out from RD. He gets one, it's now a one-on-one situation. What has to go in there? It's pistols out, but he's not gonna have the time. The spike is gonna go bang, baby. Yes, Koopa Troopers with another round going into the half. 5-7, and that is a little bit better on attack. And now they head to defense. 95X, they have to be the aggressors here. What do they got?
That is a good question. A few frenzies, I definitely understand why they're thinking that direction. KT, Man, I thought what had it. He got the dink, he got the kill. He should have just been dead to right there to KT, but of course, time favors KT so well. And what a resurgence. This felt like 95X kind of just continuing that streak that they were building in that last one. It was 4-2. But KT won out the half. They're now on the defense. It's 95X to make all the moves going into this second.
Alarm bot out.
Early util towards the A long side, just flushes Noir back a little bit. But 95X, they go to sewers. Killjoy turret going to be spotted, taken down. And Lou on this Jet, we know what he's capable of. This A side is the Jet's playground on Haven. Able to abuse a lot of verticality. They go in, unable to get the frags though, and Lou gets mown down by Vex. He hasn't had enough from the previous round, and it's just an absolute tit for tat here on this side at the moment. As the dust settles, it's a 3-on-2. As I say that, a 1-on-2. And the advantage is for the Koopa Troopers, Rags and Lomu. Dragon with 100 HP, spots Lomu. The util is there though, Rags domed through the Astra smoke. That is very unfortunate, but Lomu, he's just gonna stick the spike, Tony.
The Astral Stars put perfectly for Lomu, and he swings out wide, even gets the cherry on top of the already iced cake. It's KT to take the pistol this time around, and well, for 95X, it may have been an ace in the last pistol, but for KT, they do it as a team. That perfect setup with the Astral Star from Rags goes to the swing. Dragon doesn't hear the tap either, so a round gifted to KT, and they continue it. It's 4 rounds in a row since the half swap.
Yeah, even though Rags was on the unfortunate receiving end of a nice headshot there through the smoke, his job was done. The Nebula was down. And that, well, the rest is history. Lomu, cheeky defuse. But 95X, the way they'd hit that site was telling. And I think it was just the positioning again from the Koopa Troopers to get them over the line again. Almost picture perfect to the previous round. Lou, Cloudburst dash into that site, and 95X get the spike down already in the opening seconds. The spike is ticking in their favor, but the peel off from the Koopa Troopers was good here. You have to commend that. Now they hit this spike with a full 5-man retake. The util goes in, the aftershock gonna scope them out underneath the hell area. And these budget guns doing the work. 2-for-2 trade, 3-on-3 situation. What? They lined up for him. Oh, sorry, it was RDW. He got a couple headshots there, but Lomu gets the frag. 2 HP. There's no way he should be living again. Rags going for the defuse, but Dragon is there. They have to go in here. They're chipping him down, but Rags, 20 HP. Unable to get the spike. And that will be a round going over to 95X. Just had to make sure there, Tony. There was mere milliseconds left there, but it will be 95X stemming that tide that came out from the Koopa Troopers.
And it's so interesting that KT, just with one simple piece of utility, have scattered and made 95X panic. You see that spike planted perfectly. They know where it is. They can spam through that Astra smoke, but they just don't know where they need to line these shots up. They come so close to winning another round for KT, and well, for 95X, they're going to look to be the breadwinners in this one. They've got guns, they've got all of the util they want to work with, but KT, this is a sneaky stack over towards A short.
I was about to say the key has been Rags the last couple times. But you know what, Tony? We talk about the commentator's curse. That was the pre-curse. Before the words even came out, it was RIP for Rags. But Vex just answers it back. So now it's a 4-on-4. I was about to say, he's been the key. That Astra, in at the post plant, in all of the rounds that they've picked up, has been the most important person. And Lomu gets RDW. So 95X, I don't really know what's going on here, Tony. That was questionable positioning. Spike is down, meanwhile, over towards the seaside.
That's been playing it. 95X in a post-plant situation. 95X minimize. Actually going to take out Lomu. And his budget gun, this Stinger, has been a very good one, I have to say, for what he's finding some good kills here. Nor towards the back of the plateau. He's going to be swarmed out, taken by Dragon. Great shots at range. Spectre not an easy one to spray at that kind of medium to long range, but Dragon is able to get it done. 95X, they pull themselves across the line for another 7-8.
Well, Cooper Troopers, they're really staking a claim here to take us to map number 3, but 95X don't want a bar of that. The last 2 rounds going heavily in their favour. And again, Cooper Troopers are incredible in the post plant, but Rags taken down there in the early stages, and it was a very easy 95X round in the end. Positioning a little bit questionable, but this is 95X, you know, you can't tell them what to do. They do their own thing. Again, Minimize only steering the ship when he needs to. Vex trying to take a page out of Lou's book there with that operator down the A short area. Oh, sorry, A long, but up the top of the boxes, and that's just ugly. Unfortunately, Vex has to watch from the sidelines, victim to some brutal spray downs coming through from these 95X lads. Positional and timing and man advantage for the attacker side.
Cosmic Divide goes up. KT looking at retake here, but that Cosmic Divide's from 95X. They've got the cover now to double up the stack underneath Heaven, and KT, it's hard to clear. They will go for one onto RD. Showing face towards short, and they showed a face a little bit too early under Heaven. It is going to be a flick from Rags, and now all of a sudden it's just left to what? In the 1v3. Everybody stacking up and spreading out thin, no defuse. Going to be denied this time. It's 95X to drop that one to KT, and I tell you what, Cosmic Divide was good, but it actually kind of gave room for KT to walk out.
Again, just Astra being the deciding factor now for both of these teams. That Nebula that was just on the other side of that Cosmic Divide was not what 95X were expecting when they decided to poke out from the Hell area, and it looks like we are going to have a pause coming through here. This could be 95X. We'll just have to wait and see. They're not prone to throwing out their paws unless they really need them. They're usually in the driver's seat, Tony, and it looks like they are going to be having their tactical discussion. The confirmation coming through that this is a 95X tactical pause. And, well, they need something here. Maybe some minimized brilliance, but it doesn't look like much talking's going on there.
Yeah, not a whole lot. You can see that they're maybe just using this one to breathe a little bit. You can see everybody taking a moment of calm, a moment of pause. You can see KT still locked and loaded too. I'm curious to know, Lomu's shirtless right now, right? It
Yes.
has to be cold, surely. How is he not cold?
I mean, he's got that brick wall aesthetic as well. You know, that thing loves to hold cold. So who knows? I'm not quite sure where he is. Maybe it must be toasty where he is, or maybe he's just feeling himself. He's vibing right now, and why wouldn't you be? Cooper Troopers, they are in the front. They are in the lead here over 95X, one of the best teams in the region at the moment. They were just struggling to close this one out. We may be going to map number 3, which is something we would not have expected, but we've still got a little bit to go before we get there, Tony.
Yeah, still a ton of rounds to be played out. And it's going to be interesting to see how they fare. Vex opting for the same position that Lou was in the previous half with that operator. He's going to be smoked off by the Astral Star. And you see Gravity Well early on. Lou, though, he's fighting for this garage control because he wants it. He knows how much 95X need it. And KT, they're willing to fight for it, though. Few shots coming out through that bird from iBrocky. That sends 95X packing for the moment.
And just like that, iBrocky with one util, job done. 95X, they back off the garage. It's such a pivotal choke point, isn't it? If you control the garage, you can control the C site and essentially both connectors to B. It's a very, very strong position, and Cooper Troopers will hold on to it for now. Nobody damaged just yet. I think 1 HP from Minimize, but Alarm Bot triggered here, and off the back of that, we will see the smoke go down. 30 seconds remaining here. 95X, they have to get a wriggle on. We will see the lockdown coming in here, just forcing players to hide in those little corners at the back of Heaven. Rags backs off. Minimize, though, gets the plant down, and now 95X can start to make the map and environment work for them.
And, well, they're going to have to get themselves a solid position over towards lobby. They need to deal with this flank. KT, iBrocky taken out. But it's going to be Rags, and it's going to be the rest of KT now storming into the site. That spike is planted all along. It's planted so that 95X can just play as far back as possible. As soon as they hear a tap, as soon as they hear anything come out, it's a shock from Noah. And he's going to be tagged up. RD just looking to jiggle it out. Nobody can stick with RD still at the helm, and what? He's going to be there. He's going to be trading positions, and Lomo's not going to expect him so quickly. What repositions well, and it's going to be an 8th round, but it was a costly one. Look at how many people died from 95X.
This is a lot closer than a lot of people were anticipating here too, Tap, and I think it's a lot closer than 95X were anticipating. They are having to dig deep for this, and you could see it on their faces there. Not a lot of chatter was going on while that tactical timeout was thrown in there, and yeah, it was just breathe, compose, because the Cooper Troopers were getting up one hell of a head of steam, and they were looking to run over the top of 95X, but they just compose for long enough. They get the round, but like you said, it was expensive, it was bloody. And a lot of guns hit the deck there, but Cooper Troopers now on the eco. Aggressive positioning over towards mid.
And one up in the window. It's going to be Rags. Already taking a bit of damage down to 43, and Dragon, well, he needs to be careful. As you said, KT getting aggressive to start this one off, and alarm placed by Dragon. Rest of 95X going to set themselves up for this A-plant Dragon. He's still tempting fate here. He needs to be super careful.
Yeah, Dragon knows that something is afoot. Nano Swarm out just to create a little bit of zonage. Another one going to be waiting, and if the Cooper Troopers want to go through this, they're going to have to wait or take a lot of damage, but they decide to do neither. They push the trigger, well, they pull the trigger rather. Vex goes straight in, but there was nobody following up, and 95X, they've got everybody just waiting for them in this A-long area, but pistols in the hands of the Cooper Troopers. They managed to remove all of them. Noir, the last player remaining from the Cooper Troopers, 2 up for 95X. Again, expensive when it didn't need to be. On the eco, Cooper Troopers make 95X work for it, but we're now leveled up at 9 apiece.
Yeah, it's all evened. Steven here, 95X and KT. This is an interesting game, I have to say. That's why we saw Haven and we're like, all right, KT are pretty solid on this map, and they're definitely bringing it to the top of the table against 95X, who stand in second. KT fighting for that playoff potential, and of course, a much important game. A win needs to go their way if they want to stay afloat in the top of the standings. 95X, you know, they kind of locked themselves in that second, third place early on, so a loss here wouldn't matter, but a good 2-0 wouldn't go afoot either.
They got a little bit more than that, though. Both of these teams just fighting for dear life at the moment. Cooper Troopers, if they can pick up a win here over 95X, it will be huge for their standings. Not only will they get to play another map, but they can hold their heads high that they've taken a map off of one of the championship teams in this region. I mean, this is no ill feat, what we are witnessing here. Everybody out there watching, we expected 95X to run away with this quite comfortably. The Cooper Troopers were outclassed in map number 1, but they are definitely holding their own here in map number 2. Haven is just, you know, there's something about it, isn't there? Where 95X forced to play this one nice and slow, because the Cooper Troopers, we know that their positioning is their key advantage here. And have a look at the angles, the hard angles being held here by the lads on defense. Oh no! Not like this.
Not like this. Rolling Thunder flies across the C site and gives space for 95X to walk in. And just 1-2 stars actually stops KT in their tracks. They can't do anything. The Seekers are going to come from super far away. Dragon, he's going to get aggressive through B. Something that KT weren't expecting. That Cosmic Divide is going to be an interesting one, because that allows Dragon to get away. That allows Rags to just miss him. 95X, they've got some super interesting positioning in this post plant.
And now that sentry turret, just going to give Dragon the information he needs, and Rags just unfortunate timing there. And Cooper Troopers, they've exhibited rather great execution of the long plant, and they know that 95X are more than up to the task, and Spike is going to go bang here, but a gun saved for the Cooper Troopers. They need that. They need everything right now. Every dollar counts. Oh no, Minimize just digs the boot in, and unfortunately Lomu drops that rifle. Now they have to dig deep. Do they have enough? I don't think so. Again, Cooper Troopers going to be forced to run it down with pistols.
Yeah, relegated to pistols, locked down for Nor. I have to say, this isn't KT making a lot of mistakes. This is kind of 95X bouncing back from theirs, and well, they've got the Hunter's Fury, and they've got a ton of credits. Minimizes 5.5 almost after it by a great little fault line early on. And of course, 95X, they see that and they back off fully. They don't want to deal.
I mean, that's just made them shake in their booties, hasn't it? They don't want to tussle with that at all, but the C site completely open here, barring Killjoy, who is lurking about over towards the garage area. Lou goes up the top and says, Nano Swarm, never heard of her. I'll just take my position up on the top of this crate while you plant minimize. And there's that long plant again. Koopa Troopers are going to need something special here, especially on pistols with a Hero Guardian.
Yeah, it's going to be up to how KT can consolidate their forces right now. It is going to be a lot of peeking towards long and a lot of util that's being dumped. RD gonna get flashed up, fully blind for the moment. Another flash comes his way. Can't turn quick enough for that one. The rest of 95X here to back him up, and you can see the power in numbers. They're still in this cubby position. Lomu has found what? Now Dragon has been spotted up, needs to be careful. Both of these players at long. Oh, Dragon's taken out, so Minimize could just cherry pick them all the way from sight. That's 11 to 95X. Minimize able to even keep the gun, keeps the economy good. KT, a valiant effort, I have to say.
I mean, 95X are a clean team, Tony. That's what we know them. That round right there, that was sloppy. That was very unfortunate. They lost way too many members to the pistol there. That could be telling if Koopa Troopers take this round. You know, remember this day. Remember this day. Koopa Troopers, they're going to throw in the towel here. They're going to call the tack time out. And if they get this round, Tony, all of those guns and all of that money that was just thrown out there by 95X could be the deciding factor. There's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes in here. We are speculating, but you know what? The ink will start to dry if the Koopa Troopers can take this second round. They've got some money to play with now. That was a hard eco for them. They had a Hero Guardian of all things, and they get it. Well, they almost get the round from 95X there, putting 4 members to the grave.
And interestingly enough, this is a tactical from KT, but you can see Minimize's mouth moving quite a bit. They're talking about it. Lou's like, yep, I got it. I agree. Takes a sip of water. 95X, they're locked in, I tell you. 4 rounds in a row on this attacking side. They've been pretty close. KT have come close to winning a few of them. But these are the ones that count. These are the rounds that make or break a great team. 11 to 9, 95X are 2 away from finishing this series off. KT, they want to stay for it. They want to stay afloat. They want to stay alive in this series.
I mean, either way this goes, you have to commend the Koopa Troopers, right? 9-11 is the score at the moment, and that could be 10-11. This could change. I mean, they've already done so well. Have a look at the positioning here of Vex on defense. 95X just not expecting it. They've got their eyes firmly set over towards this A site. And there it is again. Vex, Cloudburst, Dash, Minimize, Plant. Now, this isn't a long plant, but it is a Shock Dart plant. So as long as RDW stays alive here, they're in with a chance. Noir with a lockdown. There's so many deciding factors that could change the tide here. And there it is. Red like a book. Minimize, but that's not going to kill it. It's not enough now. They need to commit more util. The lockdown is still there. Here comes the Minimize lockdown himself. And now this could be dangerous, because they're making it work for them, 95X. Sorry, Dragon's the one with his lockdown now. Brocky almost gets caught in that. Nobody gets detained. They have to get in there just hiding. Yeah, the Seeker's now coming out here from iBrocky. It's a 2-on-2, but I don't think they've got enough time here. 95X have just baited it out long enough, and what? Just makes it look easy.
He makes it look all too easy. It was KT trying to make the move there and want to swing out. Cosmic Divide now available for round number 22. And KT, luckily, they've still got a buy. They've managed their credits well. They've got a Rolling Thunder to play with. But that was an explosive hit for 95X. There's nothing really you could do about that one. KT kind of just had to forfeit.
The comms to clear out the lockdown on the other side of that wall as well, they had to commit multiple bits of util to make that happen, and that was the deciding factor there for 95X. It was so dangerous. The Koopa Troopers were threatening, and again they look threatening. This time, 95X, off the back of this Hunter's Fury, take the man advantage in the early stages here, just displacing Rags from the top of this platform. 5-on-4, but there's still a player there. Now they decide to come through Garage here. Knock, knock, who's there? It's 95X. Now Rolling Thunder going to be coming through. Here comes Ibrocky on the sky. Lomu decides to join the party too, and the Cooper Troopers are on fire. Lou is there though. He tries to extinguish what he can, but Noir is still a presence. Lou, the last remaining member here for 95X, Noir and Lomu. They know that the spike is down at C-Long. They know that Lou has a long way to go back to get this. And the Cosmic Divide is still up, causing all kinds of problems. That will dissipate shortly. But Lou's 65 HP in a Dream, a turret, a Killjoy, and a Breach to go through.
Yeah, it's kind of super difficult. Lou, of course, has to clear that turret first.
30 seconds
Rightfully
left.
so. Fault line dodged. 26 seconds now on the clock. Swarm is going to hit. Great flash there. Well timed by Lomu. And KC, I give my hat to Lomu and Noah there. They played that 2v1 perfectly. Of course, Lomu could have gotten backstabbed there. Lou was on his tail for just that little bit. But KC, they closed that one. It's double digits for them. It's 12-10. 95X. Don't quite have the credits enough for a buy here.
Oh no, not like this. Good news is though, they've still got that round buffer. It is 12-10. Cooper Troopers need 2 more rounds to take this into overtime. So 95X though, they look like they're gonna try and round it out here, Tony. We've got an operator in play, Lou with the Blade Storm out. They've turned their attention over towards C. Vex is there and waiting though, up on high. Doesn't have blades of his own. Recon Dart gonna go out, but only one gonna be spotted. As far as Lou's concerned, there is only one player there. They peel off, though, to the Cooper Troopers, giving this site over to 95X. And now they're going to be able to hit this for a full 5-man retake.
A full 5v5 retake. It feels like we've seen these ones ages ago. You know, KT95X, it's not been this situation for quite a while on Haven. You can see that Vex, it's going to look to stick it, look to go halfway, but that Rolling Thunder lands just in time to stop him from getting the half stick. Vex is going to go close range against Lou with the Blade Storm, and Lou just absolutely cleans house in the corner of front scaffolding. 95X, cool, calm, collected to close that one out. Lou, where's the pop-off, my good man? You just hit a nasty clip.
I didn't even know what while I was looking at there. There was so much util on that side. I wasn't sure if Crash was flicking through players or if Lou just went gangbusters. Turns out, probably all of the above happened. There was so much going on there. But what am I talking about, Tony? Crash doesn't miss anything. He's the best in the business for a reason. But I tell you what, so are 95X at what they do. They held off a valiant charge from the Cooper Troopers there in the end, who... Tony, we have to talk about them for a little bit. That was absolutely incredible. You have to tip your hat to them. You have to salute them. They did so well to get to double digits.
Yeah, I have to say it all really came down to that one round where Rags was able to push through to the spawn, hide behind the box, and then, you know, it looks so good for KT. Of course, we flash back to the pistol that kicked it off. It was an ace there from Dragon to start this one off, and then, you know, KT kind of, they stepped back a little bit. They took a tactical, they took a few, and they took a breath. They were able to identify what was going wrong. They were giving 95X too many easy duels to win, and then they were able to bounce back themselves. I have to say, a well-fought game. Again, Ibrocky atop of that board for KT, leading by example.
I loved this particular passage of play here. The trigger discipline coming through from Lomu. Good for 2, but then everybody else just rolled up to the party. But 95X, they were challenged. They most certainly were. But that shot from Lou, I mean, some of the plays that we've seen come out tonight from both of these Jets, both Vex and Lou, were absolutely incredible. Blades or not, they made it work. Again, a glimpse of brilliance here from Lou. But the Cooper Troopers, they were able to chain, what, 4-5 rounds together there at one stage, and 95X, we don't necessarily see them often have to throw out a tactical timeout, but they were forced to do so today. And I mean, this really could have gone either way here. You know, we can break this down as much as we want to, tap 1 or 2 more things going the way of the Cooper Troopers, and we could be heading into map number 3 right now. But having a look at these stats right here, Dragon, especially in the opening stages of this game, what, he had a lockdown round 3, or something like that. Got an ace in the first round. And then Ibrocky, he was brilliant as well, picking up his second consecutive MVP for the Cooper Troopers tonight. I mean, they're such a good team on 95X, but the Cooper Troopers, they are up and coming, and they are up and coming very, very hard and fast.
Yeah, I have to give credit to KT again, but yeah, Dragon, 6 first kills. Very, very standout performance. Again, I said, you know, he was a very aggressive fragger in a previous team, in a previous role, but something about it, still, Dragon still got it. He's got that killer instinct in him. He's going for those first bloods. He's going for those opening kills. He's setting his team up perfectly for some retakes as well. Dragon looked good. 95X as a whole looked good, and they definitely deserve that 2-0 this evening.
Yeah, it's that Minecraft hoodie buff, calling it right now. Dragon getting his team over the line. I mean, but you know what? Everybody from 95X got their team over the line. We do have an interview. It's coming very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Just stay tuned for that one. But Tony, if you were the Cooper Troopers, you're walking away from this game. Yes, map number 1 was a little bit of a throwaway. They'll take that one back to the drawing board. But map number 2, I think it's comfortable to say that Haven is one of their maps, and I think we'll be seeing a little bit more from them in the future, provided they can get it through the vetoes, of course. I have no doubt that teams will be watching this going, oh, hang on a minute, the Cooper Troopers, they've got some game if they can manage to get Haven, but it is what it is. 95X getting the dub, but we are going to be joined by none other than the man himself, Lou, from 95X. Yo. Lou, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the victory. First of all, their map number 1 was an absolute blitz. That was just another day at the office. But map number 2, you were tested there by the Cooper Troopers. What was going through your mind when they started to creep up to, you know, 7, 8, 9, and then the 10 rounds?
I don't know. Like, I knew we were going to win either way, but like, I don't know, they were just farming us and we were being noobs, that's all I can say, I guess, until we actually took a tack and did something about it.
Yeah, it was interesting to see you guys take a tack there, of course, on Haven, but I want to flash back to Bind really, really quickly. Of course, you guys showed some super, super impressive performance. You were getting picks at short for free. What was the comms like going into a game like that? Of course, you're bringing in the Harbor, you know, Bind being back in the pool. How does it feel for a team like yourselves having Bind back in the pool?
Honestly, I've never really had like a good Bind team. Shout out Fun Crew, but like I don't know. I never was good at Bind at all, but now like it feels good. I know how the map should be played, but yeah. And
of course, you know, there's a lot of drama going on at Twitter at the moment. 95X, you know, you guys are no longer with them. How are you feeling about that kind of change? How's the preparation been? You know, you guys probably, you got a little bit caught off guard by that probably, but how's the team's motivation looking towards the future?
It's pretty good, to be honest. Like, we just want to get that Ascension slot and just try and win everything, you know, but that's all I can say.
Well, fair enough, man. Look, eyes on the prize. I kind of respect that. You are very, very close to it. Nerd Punt's stand in your way, but you keep chaining together wins like this. You know, you've beaten them before. You can do so again. Best of luck. You're undoubtedly going to be going through to the playoff stage. We'll just have to wait and see, but thanks for joining us.
No worries, guys. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Lou. Congratulations, 95X. But ladies and gentlemen, we are only just approaching the halfway point of our broadcast tonight. That was the entree. We have got the main course coming up for you right now. Another best of 3 on the other side of the break. But a little bit more information about that very, very shortly, so don't go too far.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
You've come this far, and you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We journey on. We have had our first best of 3 for the night, but we are about to partake in our second best of 3. It will be the Who versus Fun Crew. My name is Kit Fox, joined by Two-Tap Tony. Two-Tap, we saw, well, the first map of the first best of 3 was an absolute whitewash, but map number 2, that was one for the record books.
I'll tell you what, I believe I saw a tweet after the game, you know, Vex saying his GGs, but, you know, KT looking dangerous on Haven. So, of course, it's interesting to see that, you know, both these teams kind of went back and forth there on that map, and then 95X kind of, they took attack. They knew what to do after that, and it was all whitewash from there.
Yeah, I mean, double digits from the Cooper Troopers, though. They were challenged, were 95X, but they held on, and they'll chalk up yet another dub next to their name. But that's in the past, and now that's what it's all about. And we have got the Who going up against Fun Crew. But the Who, these guys, they, well, they're sitting around the middle of the table here at the moment. Fun Crew just slightly above them. But this game is going to be one clash of the Titans. But Vizsla, Mirza, Zork, Gloom, and Bonobo lining up for the Who. And this team is one that I know a lot of the pros look at, and they look at that and they see Bonobo and they think, we don't want to peak him. You know, McKinley last week and the Nerd Punt lads saying that very openly, that this is a player to watch.
Yeah, Bonobo is one of those scary prospects coming out of this Who roster, but you've got some very, very smart individual players too. You've got Mirza, you've got Vizsla, you've got Gloom, and as well Zork, of course, up at that top 5 in terms of the ACS. And Zork's a scary prospect to go against as well. Mirza, very humble guy, very much understands how to play with the team in this kind of setting. And I tell you what, this is an upgraded roster from the Who that we saw in Split 1.
It is, and you know what? They've got a player in the top 5 at the moment. Let's see if he can, well, improve his position. But standing in his and their way is Fun Crew. And Fun Crew are a team that have been around for quite some time, Tony. They are forever, if anything, inconsistent. But when they are on, man, they are on. Freshest, Squall, Easy, Mike, and Punda. All of these guys able to frag out. This team is an absolute unit, but so is the Who.
Yeah, this, I don't know, this feels super weird to me because, you know, it just feels like a few weeks ago we saw Punda on 95X, Mike as well, but they both come over to Fun Crew, Fresh, Scroll, and Easy all. This is an interesting mix of players, I have to say, all super experienced, all super talented in their individual roles. And I have to say, looking at this one on paper, this still could be anybody's game. Of course, we've got a lot of new kids from the Who, but we've got a lot of veteran names on the Fun Crew side.
Yeah, we do, and we've also got 2 of the best players going head-to-head on paper here. We have decided to put Mike up against Bonobo, and when you look at that, it's a very close affair here. Bonobo a threat to even the best players, and Mike, he is one of the best players. He's currently top 5 in this region for ACS, and when you look at that, Bonobo not far behind.
Yeah, you know, a little bit hero there. 40 ACS separates both these players, but it's going to be interesting going into this one. That's why we have these 2 pitted head-to-head, because these are the guys that are going to be initiating most of the fights. They're the ones that are going to be opening up the sites for their teams on this attacking side, or even the defending side. They're going for some retakes. You normally rely on your duelists to find that early pick, back off, back up, play with the team a little bit, and play for the util. And I tell you what, Mike has looked super impressive ever since his transition over to this duelist role ages ago. You know, it feels like forever we were looking at Mike, we're like, all right, this guy plays a lot of Cypher, a lot of Killjoy, but now he's the duelist. He's the guy you want to look at to make the impact here for this Fun Crew side.
Yeah, but you know, everybody on the side of the Who is capable in themselves of making that own individual impact. I'm loving just the composure of the lads on Fun Crew over here. Scroll, he's just stoic at the moment. Freshest, just making sure that he's ready and raring to go. Vito's just around the corner. Be interesting to see what maps these teams choose. You know, Bind, we've already seen that, one of the most recent re-additions back into the pool. But here we are, Fracture again, taken away alongside Pearl. So both teams not wanting to tussle with that one. Interesting to see. Pearl used to be the flavor of the month, but it must have just been for the month, you know. Taste buds change, and now it seems to be Haven and then Ascent as map number 2, a map that some teams don't want to tussle with, others love it. Mammoth being one of those ones that come to mind, but that being the Who pick, so they've got something up their sleeve, I think.
And yet again, Lotus is going to be the decider. It's interesting to look at the kind of effect that the map pool change has on a team like Fun Crew, who loved Icebox. It was their bread and butter. It was one of the best maps for that team when they were coming up, when they were starting to make a run at that top 4, contesting the likes of Order back in the day. Fun Crew, they feel like they've been hit a little bit without Icebox, but they've still got a lot of tried and trusted picks. Haven, definitely one that we see from them as one of those kind of top of the pick standings for them.
Yeah, they've got a lot of depth, haven't they? And you know what? They change just as the game does, as all these teams do, and that's why these are currently the top 8 teams in the region. You know, stage 2 of the Valorant Challenges Oceania playoffs, and again, winning's going to be earned and players going to go on to bigger and better things. You know, it seems that this region is just a breeding ground for, the overseas lads to poach from. We've seen some of our best go overseas, just plucked here and there, but the door is still open. Many can and still will do the same thing. It's just a matter of time, and who will be next? Will it be 95X? Will it be Nerdpunt? Or will it be these 2 teams? Or will it be Zork? I mean, Zork, he's just bullied his way into that top 5 ACS standing, and with, look at those last 2 games that he's played, 198, and then going up into the 300s. That's his final form.
That is his final form. Zork unleashed on the Sober. You love to see it. Of course, expect to see him pull some big darts out, pull some big plays through for the Who. And I can't remember a time where I didn't see a multi-frag from Zork on a map like Ascent. It was always kind of his tried and trusted pick on a map like Ascent. Sober, very good, and definitely has its spot in the meta at the moment, with a lot of these teams experimenting with the Harbors, experimenting with the Skies back in the table. Of course, you can go for some crazy aggressive hits and some fast ones at that with your Sober darts, with your guiding lights from your Sky.
Yeah, and considering that we're going over to Haven as map number 1 as well, we saw a little bit of the Sova potential with those shock darts in the post-plant scenario. RDW able to line those up. It's been a while since we saw him on his, let's say his OG agent. It's like riding a bicycle. RD looking forever sharp and still able to find those lineups. We'll just have to wait and see if Zork can do the same. Last 3 games, we saw it right there, playing that Sova. And those last 2 of those 3 has been absolutely interstellar. He's just been on another planet. Nobody can touch him. But it's, Fun Crew stand in their way, and having a look at their last games and their win percentage on these maps, it's that's scary on paper.
Yeah, you see 2-0 Ascent, who's gonna be our second. They see 1-0 at Haven. We see 2-0 on Icebox. Unfortunately, we won't get to see that one. Lotus being our decider, and interestingly enough, Fun Crew currently 2-0 on that map. They have not been contested. The only game that's really shook them a little bit is Split being back in the pool, and Fun Crew, you kind of can chalk that up to them having to change a few players here or there. Of course, a few players, landing spots overseas, as you alluded to, and flying the Australian banner over in different countries. And well, for Fun Crew, 95X, and a few of these other rosters, breeding grounds of talent, and I have to give credit to the IGLs here. To imagine, for a team like Fun Crew, it could be anyone on this roster. It could be Scroll, it could be Freshest, it could be Easy. They've all had their crack at that.
Yeah, I think it's more like a brain's trust, considering you've got that level of experience, and I don't want to say egos, but you've got that sort of, let's say, alphas that are able to lead when they need to. It's a team filled with leaders, and more than able to do their own thing if required. But let's see what agents they select. Will we be seeing Zork picking that Sova yet again? It looks like, we're going to be seeing Breach as the first lock in, but Killjoy, okay, so already a little bit of a difference. Well, as I say that, take that back. We got complete mirrors so far. In fact, the whole way through. So no surprise that Jet's being picked here. We saw the havoc that Jet wreak on this map just the previous broadcast, Tony. Map number 2, we saw Vex pop off, we saw Lou pop off, and these teams have very good duelists within their own right. So complete mirrored compositions. It's just going to come down to tactics and gunplay here on Haven.
The tactics, gunplay, and different smoke agents for both of these teams. It's interesting. We're going over from the Astras now to the Omens, a kind of bread and butter to a map like Haven. Omen used to be the kind of smoke pick for most of these teams for so long on a map like Haven. Then Astra came in, and teams were like, hold on, wait, we can smoke from anywhere on the map. We can do util from all over the map. That's crazy. Smokes, though, they're dialing it back into the El Clasico. It's going to be easy on the Omen versus Mirza. And it's, you know, an interesting thing to point out as well. Mirza has, you know, had his stint against these Fun Crew boys, whether, you know, it was this roster or different iterations. Mirza's gone toe-to-toe with this team.
Well, Zork, the first one to fall, followed promptly by Vizsla. First and second blood, very, very quickly drawn here by Fun Crew. Oh, Mirza catching that nano swarm with his face, just headbutts it down and manages to back away from it here. But Fun Crew with the advantage. They're walking into 2 men here, but that paranoia are going to catch 3 members as they push in towards this C site. It's good for 1, but Easy is there and waiting. They both push through CT. Bonobo's there. Scroll with the double shock dart. There it is. Fun Crew, they start off with an absolute bang. A buzz, a zap, in fact. Nice shock dart, nice round, nice pistol.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one because, of course, that shock dart doesn't do all too much damage, but it still lines up perfectly for a double. Of course, you know, it's interesting as well. We completely skipped over this point that Fun Crew are without their top of the table, top of the ACS. Boy, Norsen's not here tonight.
Currently the best fragger in this region by ACS, according to this competition. And you know what? We go by that. It is the best competition in the region. And he's not playing. And that is a big thing. That is a big ace up the sleeve that Fun Crew just don't have. But well, it seems that he's not missed just yet. But it is very early stages. Nice smoke going over towards the window. Swing comes out from Bonobo and takes down Punda. So early advantage this time over towards the Who. 4-man stack from Fun Crew over towards the C site though.
Yeah, 4-man stack, and it is going to be Vizsla sitting in the corner. He's actually going to be playing off the turret contact in Garage, and well, it doesn't matter. He shows face a little bit too early, and it's Fun Crew Mike to find that one. Spike goes down. Fun Crew set themselves up in some super solid post-play. They're going to be a little bit cautious. They don't want to play too close to these angles, especially with the fact that the Who have pistols, and pistols are deadly. Nice little shot there from Mike, looking for maybe a third. He's going to find a CT player, looking for that 4th. And Gloomy's jiggling it. He's dodging these bullets right now. He's got those blue suede shoes on. And he's going to be Scroll to take him out. Fun Crew to a quick second to start off this map of Haven.
Yeah, very nice. They invested heavily into that round too. We saw a couple rifles come online, and I'm not talking about Bulldogs. I'm talking Phantoms and Vandals. And they only lost 1 member, so it's okay. But here come the Who. They can buy back in. This is their first chance to do so. We saw what Cooper Troopers were able to do given this opportunity in the games that they played. Never discount the underdog. That's what this region is basically known for. And we know that we love our seesaw style of Valorant, don't we, Tony? It comes in waves. It's nothing textbook usually about OCE Valorant. Let's see if Fun Crew can just break the Who here.
Shadows traveling.
Let's see if they can break him. Smoke left side, smoke right side. It's the Omen way, especially on a map like Haven.
Oh no!
Was the beast site? No, easy. Has to teleport out of that one. Needs to dodge all of the util that the Who are playing from this post plant, because of course you can throw it from far away, but Nobo, he's gonna swap Mike up on the high ground. Mirza to find Easy, and Zork is collecting a little bit more. And still 2 Fun Crew players make it 1 just off of the site. Nobo on the high ground. It's actually gonna win that out. Superior position.
They probably should have had that one there, Fun Crew. They weren't exactly behind in terms of hardware, but the Who just able to make their guns work for them, use their util to perfection. They, you know, took a bit of damage, lose a couple members, 30 HP on Zork and Bonobo, and now they get the round though. The good news is that those players are able to drop those guns for those that might just be a little bit more lesser off. So they'll be able to remain competitive for this round, or will they? It looks like they're going to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Bonobo does have that Blade Storm, so he'll be looking to use that. Vizsla actually forced into this one. He didn't want to do it. It's all his creds. And Killjoy does have a lot to invest into every single round. Looks like she's going to be setting up over towards, well, sort of a mix between the BC and the Garage here at the moment. So a nice split going. And I'm sure you'll see a little bit more util invested as the round goes on.
And I was sure to see a little bit come out. Zork. No, Bonobo. He's getting aggressive with those blades. That's what's spotted up by the dart scroll. And Fun Crew now can take position in sewer, know that it's clear for the moment. That shock dart does a little bit of damage. Pepper's up easy. And of course, doesn't have any armor, interestingly enough. Fun Crew, you're going to have to play this one a little bit slower, a little bit more careful, because the Who, they've stacked this side. They're playing very far forward for a team that's defending.
Yeah, it's because you got that ult that's ready there. You can see Bonobo just waiting for his prey to come to him. Shock dart out, and there it is. Scroll takes the bait, gets taken down. We will see a bit of util thrown out, but it's too little too late. Zork the one securing that frag, but here come Fun Crew. They decide to put the pedal down over towards the A main area, and it's Fleshist who's just unstoppable here at the moment. 3 frags for him, and now the long lurk from Mirza. He did have positioning early on in that round, as you alluded to, Tony, but he just decided to sit back a little bit too long. And all of a sudden, the Who just let this round kind of slip through their fingers, and that alarm bot just triggering Mirza. And now they know exactly where he's coming from. Omen smoke, and this is going to be a tough ask for the man on Omen here at the moment. As Fun Crew, they know exactly where he is. They throw everything they've got at him. 11 HP, Mirza has to get away with a gun here. It's the last chance that the Who have to remain competitive. This one will go over to Fun Crew quite comfortably. In fact, only losing 2 members, and they're going to walk away with an ult in the back pocket as well.
Yeah, a lot to break down that one. The Who, they had the early lead. They gave up that sewer control though, and Fun Crew, they're able to sit there. They're able to talk it out how they want to invest and take that site. And I guess the Who's positioning too was a little bit too aggressive. They were playing out in the open, as I said, and Fun Crew, all they needed 1 pick, 2 pick, and site was theirs for the taking. Nothing really the Who could do to answer. And well, coming to a roaring start here on Haven, you can see why Fun Crew picked a map like this. It's still kind of up their arsenal in terms of the strategic prowess that they've brought to this VCL.
Yeah, so far, Fun Crew are on, and you can see that just reflected in the way that they're taking heads here at the moment, and losing minimal members. That has to be something that does get commended, because the more money you can hold on to, the more competitive you can remain as the game goes on. Elder drone not actually going to spot anybody there, but there is the Hunter's Fury going through. There was a nano swarm at the feet there. Oof, there was a nano swarm at the feet of Mike there, as I was saying, but easy. Just putting on a masterclass over towards the garage area, gets a nice twofer. But Mike did go down in the process, so only a 1-man advantage to Fun Crew. It is going to be a long plant, but Gloom takes down easy. It's leveled up.
And they can look to go for this retake 3v3. Punda playing in pretty impressive position because he can swing towards backside and swing towards CT. Punda to line up for 2, but Zork, that's why he's top of the ACS. He can't count him out for just a second. It's going to be playing against Scrawl. It's Sober v Sober. And of course, Dart is going to come through. It's not going to scan. It actually will just hit, and Scrawl, he's going to shoot him in the legs. He's going to sweep the knees, cross the T's, dot the I's. Fun Crew to take 4. And a huge dart there from Scrawl.
Look, I thought that dart missed, but who am I to question the greats that we're seeing on screen, Tony? It was just millimeters in it, and that is all that they needed. Now, it looks like the tower going to be thrown in for the next minute here, probably by the Who. They do have a rolling thunder. That's the best news coming out of that round for them. Yes, confirmation coming through that the Who have just decided to breathe a little bit. As Fun Crew, they're just starting to look a little bit dangerous here, Tony. They've only lost 1 round so far, but they continue to be oppressive because the economy is not in the best way for the Who.
Now you can see Scrawl talking to his boys. Fun Crew feeling good and still feeling, locked in. You can't see all too much emotions on their face right now. They're just kind of feeling it out. The Who definitely want to call that tactical early. You can't really blame them. Round number 6, a much important one. Not in terms of the economy, I guess, for this one. The Who can't really buy all too much, but this is a tactical for the future few rounds. They're thinking in advance on how they want to play it. And of course, the Who, we get back into it. They've got a Rolling Thunder. The Fun Crew, they've got the Blades. They've got the Lockdown. We've already seen what the Blades can do from both respective jets in our last series. So Fun Crew, Mike, do you have a show to put on for us?
They need to rebuild here, Tony. That's what the Who need to do, because this is going to be an eco for them. Best case scenario, they take a couple guns away from Fun Crew.
Revealing area.
Early attention over towards A long. A couple players spotted, including the early sewer rush. So the Who will read that, and early damage dealt to Fun Crew. So they just need to be a little bit careful. Yes, they've got the firepower advantage. Mike does have the blades. Expect him to go in shortly, especially with that Omen smoke. Baits out the tailwind. But Zork just waiting with this shock dart to pounce. There it is. Squall's going to jiggle the plant and baits out the shock dart. Baits out two, in fact. That's big news. Now he's going to go for the plant. Gets covered from all angles by Fun Crew. And that's how you execute on a side. Aldrone spots one. Mercer threads the dome of Mike. So it's a 4-on-4 for the retake. Punda with the positioning, though, onto Mercer. They weren't expecting him coming from B. And Punda, the boogeyman, he's going to get 3. Yes, he does. Gloom taken down. Just his feet spotted. And the boots of Big Daddy Breach just clomping away there. And it will be another round on the board for Fun Crew. The Who, they did okay there, Tony, it must be said, with pistols off the back of that tactical timeout. They breathed. And they were just able to get a little bit of a consolation prize there. Now they can buy back in, a little bit of money going their way. Vizsla still yet to pick up a frag though. 2 away from this lockdown, and we are 7 rounds in.
Yeah, 7 rounds in. Fun Crew looking locked and loaded. Haven, you know, kind of used to be a little bit of a float pick for a team like Fun Crew. Of course, Icebox was their main focus when it was in the pool. But Haven's always been a good one for them statistically, regardless of who was on this roster. You can see, though, the Who, they started off with a quick pick, and that's why you don't want to swing Bonobo, but Scroll, he's got something to do. He's got something to answer. That Hunter's Fury lines up.
Only 3 players remaining for the Who in the round. Only just started, it would seem. Rolling Thunder actually coming in. Going to be completely countered, though, by Fleshist just before he gets taken down, and they decide to push through Garage, but Scroll is there and waiting. He's got 4. He won't get the ace, though, because Gloom just denies him that. The spike yet to be planted. So off the back of all that utility, the time's still ticking in the favor of the defenders, the Who. And Gloom, he's none the wiser. Knows that nobody's at B. But what does Punda do here in this situation? What do you think's going through his mind?
He's probably wondering where Gloom is. You know, he's expecting him probably towards CT. That's why he's just posted up in that window position. But Gloom, he's rotated all of the way around. Great swarm, though. Gloom didn't expect it. Punda, now he turns attention.
He wants a fight.
He wants a fight. He definitely does. But Gloom, he's backing off to A.
Okay, Punda hasn't really moved much. He's moved from C to Garage. Now he's going to go back to C. He knew that Gloom was somewhere around long, so I'd be surprised if he goes for a long plant here. He's probably going to go CT. Yes, he is. With just the right amount of time to get this spike down. Now Gloom has to go for a long run. He's got all the util that a Breach could possibly want. Coming in back to retake this site, but oh my god, it's tense, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. You can't see it, but you can definitely feel it in the server right now for both these players. It means the world to the Who if they can win this round. Fun Crew, it's just another to their board. He has a swarm. He's got position. It's planted back a CT. Gloom's going to expect that swing probably from CT. That's the way he's diffusing it, and it is going to be half tap done, but Gloom doesn't get off it. Normally pros don't fake, but that time you probably wanted to. Fun Crew secure themselves with 6.
He got greedy there, didn't he, Gloom? I would have taken the half and then just gotten off it. You had to chance it, right? Even if it was even if it was a slight possibility, and it was more than a slight possibility, it was almost a guarantee that it was going to be peaked there by Punda. But both of those players, just you love to see a dance like that happen. A good old-fashioned one-on-one. In the end, it was the better team, the better player that won. Punda getting Fun Crew another round on the board, their 6th round, and the Who back to eco territory with a Hero Vandal.
Hero Vandal, and well, in the hands of Gloom could be a very scary gun to go against if you're Fun Crew, but they're feeling very relaxed. I have to say, there hasn't been all too much other than that round that's tested them. You know, we think of that one. Might have been a fluke. Fun Crew want to keep their heads level at the moment because, of course, they drop a few rounds to the Who, then this one could get pretty even pretty quickly. And of course, Fun Crew, though, they're playing default A, just outside of the lobby. They're waiting for the Who to come.
Bonobo could get the angle. There it is. Gets 2. And the default Not the Rolling Thunder, the Fault Line rather coming out. And he does get taken down, but he's got 2. Job done. Man advantage over to the Who. And now they get a rotation on over towards this A site. They know that Fun Crew are knocking on the doors here. Cloudburst over towards the top because Mirza, he's nowhere to be seen. He's all the way over at B here. And Omen needs to get in onto this action. He's probably cooking up something with the From the Shadows, you would suspect.
Cooking up From the Shadows that could give them some good info. Mirza, wait to see it happen, but it is going to be a dart. It is going to be Fun Crew now storming into the site where the Who have backed themselves to play towards the back of the site. Gloom with that hero Vandal, only able to find the first, and Fresh just to trade it immediately back. Mirza's trying to walk out, but he's half HP. 1 good bullet or 2 will do it, and it is going to be Mike to secure his fates. 7 rounds to Fun Crew, and again, the Who.
Trust me.
One of their doable rounds, you feel?
Yeah, even if it was a Hero Vandal round, the damage was done. They really could have done that. Mirza just a little bit too late to join the party there. Not quite sure what he was thinking, and then everybody just dripped in like a dripping tap there from the Who. And Fun Crew just picked them off 1 by 1. And just like that, 1 by 1, they chain up these rounds. 7 now, in fact, on the board for them. 5 on the trot. Mirza still with this From the Shadows. Fun Crew, not an ult in sight, but they still do have plenty of money, plenty of guns, lots of util and armor to play with as well. The Who, though, now they can start to look dangerous. Bonobo does have an operator, but hasn't really been as flashy as we probably would have liked him.
Ooh, I'll tell you who's flashy, though, to start this one. Vizsla. Finding Mike and Fresh just over towards the garage, and, well, Mirza's thinking about getting something more for that start. Vizsla's, though, still sitting pretty and still sitting,
One enemy
getting some
remaining.
perfect shots. Easy now to pick up the pieces of a broken round that the Who needed so desperately. And they find it. Gloom to find the final with the Bulldog second to the Who's board.
My word, did they need that. 2 on the board now for the Who, but there needs to be a lot more left in the tank because Fun Crew, this is a good round for them. They're on attack. You'd expect that. They would get at least a couple rounds in front, but at the moment it is a dominant performance. But the Who, they're not down and out yet, only losing 2 members in that round. Bonobo does have this operator in hand still, so he's forever dangerous. Mirza's still with the ult. Need to see a couple more frags from him though, because when you look at Omen, in contrast, on the side of Fun Crew, easy, he's just racking them up.
Cover going out.
And cover goes out. Fresh. This shot though is easy. He's gonna be up on the high ground. He's gonna be the Who fighting sewer control. Zork. Rare whiff, but of course he still is able to hit it. Trade back from Punda, and interestingly enough, now they've traded positions. Vizsla now up in heaven. Mirza. He's going to wait Vizsla to swing for him. He's going to use him as bait as they both walk up through CC, and that's a great swarm and a great double up. Punda, I tell you what, he's been hitting some good multi-frags this round.
Yeah, that's just Killjoy tech right there. I mean, throw your nano swarm out, swing off the back of it. That's how you do it. And the Fun Crew, just textbook stuff from them. Now the Who, just off the back of that, that brilliant round that they had previously, unable to replicate. Now they might be able to shake things up a little bit. Just having a look at the board here, Tony, they do have the Hunter's Fury coming through. They do have to contend with Punda and the lockdown though, so maybe holding on to it to counter that, maybe the play here. Or will Zork try and sweep them out as they just try to come in through a choke point? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see though for Fun Crew. I feel like they've already, won half. It's 8 rounds. The Who, they just kind of want any constellation at this stage. Zork able to find out easily with that Hunter's Fury. Walking it out a little bit too closely towards the B site, but you can see that Mike has taken a great angle at the top of the box. He's going to drop off as soon as he hears that our drone smokes to the left side. That drone spotted him. It may not have pinged him with the dart, but it's definitely got the info for the Who.
It has. But Punda, he's lurking. He knows that somebody's in the garage. It was Mirza with a Marshall. Oh, he gets dinked though, and has to retreat 5 HP. Vizsla from the garage though. ADSs manages to take down Scrawl. Domes in, but Flesh just answers straight back. Mike takes the low HP Gloom. Now Zork is there. He finds the head. Can he get the third? No. Bonobo says, I'm going to take over the stage here. It's my turn in the limelight. And there's 2 players remaining from the side of Fun Crew. It's not a long plant. It is going to be a garage plant, so We know Bonobo is in fact over towards the CT connector. Nano Swarm just to zone him out, and a little bit of damage there that Bonobo probably didn't want to take. Punda low, needs to be careful. Cloudburst down. But Punda knows exactly where to aim. This ain't his first rodeo 2-tap. And he goes tap, tap, tap himself, a 9th on the board for Fun Crew.
Did they invest the Rolling Thunder? Yeah, they did. Fresh just used that ultimate. You know, it's fair enough. They probably want to secure that 9. But yeah, little of faith, Precious, maybe? I don't know. We're reading into that one a little bit. He just wanted to get him off the spike. Punda, though, I tell you, super sub performance for him. Coming in to fill in Nawson's shoes, and it's a big shoes to fill. Of course, Nawson's top of the ACS at the moment for this entire split. And Punda's doing the same. He's 15-6 right now.
Hardly missed, Tony. You wouldn't even notice it. Fun Crew at their ever best. But as I say that, Vizsla, with a stinger of all things, takes down Straw easy. Panicked a little bit there, taking down that alarm bot. And Zork just capitalizes on that panic, and the budget guns just doing the job here for the Who at the moment. Punda down as well. Where's this been from the Who the last couple of rounds? Bulldog now coming out here, and the Fun Crew are pinch it in. Freshest gets one, but that's it. Here come the Who.
Here come the Who, no longer asking who they are, because we know who they are. They won that 3rd round. They got themselves the final of the half. We swap it now to Fun Crew on the defense. It's going to be the Who onto the attack. We need to see a little bit more of that from them, because of course 9 rounds won by Fun Crew. They've got so much room to work with. Even if this pistol goes haywire, even if, you know, these next few rounds go a little bit out of sort for them, they've still got that 6-round buffer.
It's a lot to play with, isn't it? Now that we go into this half, it is arguably more challenging for them now that they're over on defense. We can't argue composition is a difference here because it's mirrored both sides, both teams playing for the safe option. You know, it's rather rounded. It doesn't favor an attacking or a defensive side. So both teams backing themselves on both sides of the fence here. You love to see that. And Fun Crew netting quite a few extra lives coming into their rather challenging defensive side. The Who very aggressive over towards C to start things off, and the spike already down.
The spike going down, Frenzy out for Bonobo, who has to swing into Fun Crew. And of course, a player to be deadly, it is going to be Precious with the pistol. Punda for another 2, and Vizsla, he's got a classic, he's got a few kills. But it's too many members to deal with, 2 little bullets in the classic, he runs out of them. And Fun Crew comes storming back in for that retake. The Who, they get the spike down, they secure themselves a bit of money, but overall they wanted to secure the round more than the money.
Yeah, it looked a little bit dangerous there for Fun Crew though. Vizsla, he was lurking, and they just didn't check him for a while, but they got him in the end. Could have been a different story. The Who, they're going to be left wondering, as is everybody else. But hello, Tony. We got a force buy coming through here from the Who. Maybe Fun Crew won't be expecting this. I mean, granted, the Who took that C site very, very aggressively. Maybe they're going to look to try and replicate that sort of snowball play with a little bit more firepower under their belt. But if they lose this, it's basically GG.
Yeah, force buy in here, bit devious. Means that they're not going to have anything if they were to lose this one. A fault line comes out over towards the garage side, and Punda actually kind of needs to be a little bit careful. He does place that alarm bot. Unfortunately, Vizsla's not going to be able to take that one out. Can't quite get into the position. Swarm stops him from swinging again, and for Fun Crew, aggressive placement of their util early on, and of course burning it early on's what the Who are after.
Yeah, the Who invested in Nano Swarm as well. That doesn't come back. It's rather expensive. It looks like the Who are going to turn their attention over towards the B site now. We'll see lots of smoke in, as well as the server dart. Nobody's home though for Fun Crew. They're just next door though. They decide to rotate from either side here. Scroll in there, opening frag. In comes Precious, but the Who are there and waiting. They're not expecting Mirza getting all up in their grill on their rotate from the A side. Now it's all up to Easy and Punda. Easy teleports, baited out the sound cube, but he's been revealed. Does have the dark cover. There it is going out. There is a player up on high. Does need to be careful. Punda no on the lurk. Catches Mirza lacking. Can he headshot Bonobo? He can. You love to see it. Gloom though. He's playing down the midsection. They've spotted him. Oh my goodness. The Who had that round on a platter. But never Never discount Fun Crew. Easy and Punda, they combine, but Easy, I tell you what, just Omen things. He makes it work, and he makes it look good.
Yeah, the first dark cover expected, the second one kept the Who guessing and kept their attention for Punda to just line them up, and uncharacter-like mistakes coming out of the Who. Another tactical timeout being taken. Fun Crew, they're in winning ways. It doesn't matter whether they got Norset or not. They've still got their bread and butter. It's Haven. And I tell you what, the Who, as we said, force buying into that one, and it doesn't pay off, means that they're not going to have anything. They're going to have to force again. That's another Spectre out of Mercer.
They have to. They have to. They either throw away this round and then throw away the next round, depending on how many guns they take, right? They threw all their eggs into that force buy basket, and look, it was questionable when you are getting stomped so hard. You're not winning the gunfights at the best of times. What makes you think you're going to do it with subpar weaponry? Anyway, the Who, they try to gamble. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't. In this instance, it definitely did not. The Fun Crew, they should be able to take this round, and they may be able to take the next one. There it is. It has to be a force buy coming out, and it is from the Who.
Yeah, and well,
it's rough, isn't it?
It's rough. You have to breathe a sigh. This is not how the Who wanted to start this series off. They're contesting with one of the teams at the top of the table, and the Who's chances of, you know, that 5th, 6th mark too is lying in wait. Of course, they're a little bit further up with another win. And Mike, he's missing a few shots at that Marshall right now, so he's going to be forced to back off. And there's going to be a flash over towards the A side, but Precious, he's got an inkling though. There might be a few players. Mike's just patting out shots, handing them out to whoever wants some. Precious, he's going to be traded out, and the Who, they're able to stroll up through short, but they still have to deal with so many Fun Crew players ready to retake.
Yeah, it's a Nano Swarm Fiesta on that side at the moment. Zork, though, he is a threat. He's got 2. He's hunting for the 3rd, but Mercer, he gets his 2nd of the round. And he gets the Who's 4th, so well done. They needed that one, Tony, because that was GG. So a 3rd consecutive force coming out. Second consecutive force coming out there from the Who. Maybe just not what Fun Crew were expecting. Maybe they were just sort of expecting the Who to sort of roll over and die here, but never discount them. And you know what? They had to do that, and backs up against the wall. You know, the cornered wolf scenario, fight or flight. The Who take a big bite out of Fun Crew.
Yeah, that's well, one that Fun Crew can afford to lose, because, you know, 11, they've got so many rounds buffer yet again, and of course maybe just to build the Who up to break their spirits going into a future round. It already is going to be Gloom finding Scrawl. Easy trying to slowly creep up mid with the Sheriff. That's what Easy wanted to do, but Punda, he gets it done.
In the old one, Taparino coming out from Punda. He'll be pretty pleased with himself there. But there's an eco from the Who here, from Fun Crew here, which is something that we haven't said a lot tonight. It has most certainly been them in the driver's seat, controlling the ebb and flow of this match. They want to slow it down, they can. They want to speed it up. You better be able to keep up that pace. Mercer still sitting in the spawn here, though, and gets dome execution style. What is happening? 2 quick headshots in as many seconds there from Fun Crew. And now all of a sudden this round is on a knife's edge.
And interestingly enough, Punda's also secured that gun. The Who haven't gotten the spike down with 30-something seconds. The lockdowns are available for Punda, and he was thinking about it for a second. The Who have the possibility to wrap through CT, and they're definitely going to think about it, because of course they know that Punda's on the flank. They know that Mike's up in heaven, and they're going to slowly crawl their way over to C.
Yeah, now that they're out of detectable audio range, they're going to sprint it over towards that C site, but they may have been spotted here because the rotation is coming through. They've realised that with 10 seconds remaining, Fun Crew, that the Who probably over towards C, and there it is, spiked down, but they're going towards long here, and this is a smart plant from the Who. They could have gone for the long plant, but they know that's probably where Fun Crew are probably going to show their faces, and they would be damn correct.
Yeah, it's going to be a double stack garage. Punda clearing corners, knows that they could be anywhere. Now knows for sure that they're in garage, knows that they're doubled up. Mike does have one cloud burst. That spike is in an interesting position. He's going to drop it onto the spike. The Rolling Thunder's there. Mike is going to get it to half tap. That's all you want before the Rolling Thunder through. Mike hits that one, but a pixel, a fraction, a hair away from taking Zork out. 5th round goes to the Who, but only just.
It's such a good feeling getting a kill when you've been hit by a Rolling Thunder, especially when it's on the breach, when he swings you just that little bit too late. And I felt that there. I felt that. That was really, really nice. But the Fun Crew, like you said, rounds to play with. Rounds for days. The Who, they need to break some economy here, and they'll be looking to do that at the end of this round. If they take this round away from Fun Crew, they could potentially find themselves on 7 rounds if they have their way. Lots of ults to be played with coming into this round. There is 3 on the side of the Who and 4 for Fun Crew. Omen is Easy, the only player that doesn't have his ult for Fun Crew. So, you know what? As far as ult economy goes, that's an ult that you can probably do without. Everything else is just so strong. But Mike looking to whip out the Blade Storm this round, it would seem. But it looks like we have a tech pause coming through.
Yeah, we're going to see a technical timeout. Maybe someone's mouse is disconnected, who knows? Plethora of tech issues that could be plaguing both these teams. And for a team like the Who, this kind of gives them some more time to break it down. You know, they've been suffocated so far by the Fun Crew side. And because that round came so close, the Fun Crew, it was almost 12, it was almost match point, and we could have been looking at the second map in just a minute time. But of course, the Who, they still want to fight for it. They still want to play all cards on the table. Gloom, hopefully, I believe we are just quickly looking to get him back in. I believe it is a disconnect, not a mouse issue. So we'll get Gloom back in, and of course we'll see what the buy is like. And interesting enough though, Fun Crew buy everybody almost full shields, 4 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, the Who are in with a chance here. If you have a look at them on paper here, they're buying back in. Probably the last roll of the dice for them, even though they were quite, well, I don't want to say convincing, but they did get the round win, right? That's something. But when you look at the economy here, Gloom, he's going to have to buy. They need some frags, and they need them now. They can't afford to give over any more rounds to Fun Crew, so their extra lives are basically running out. Fun Crew looking to actually just roll over the top of them here, and they love that death ball strat to Fun Crew. It doesn't matter what side they're on, attack or defense, they love to clump together as a unit. And now we get back into this game here. Potentially 2 rounds remaining, but not if the Who have anything to say about it. Fun Crew looking to end this early. Mike going very deep down mid. Will he pay for it with his life? We've got all of that util that we were talking about being thrown in here. Hunter's Fury from Scroll is going to take down Gloom, just sitting in the window room. And that is a spike down as well.
There's one thing certain in this life, is death, taxes, and Scroll getting at least 1 with his Hunter's Fury. Beautiful, beautiful trade back though for the Who, because Merce is able to trade, find out freshest. That's a lot of utility taken away from Fun Crew now. And a lot of hold utility, actually. You can very much play Breach like a Sentinel sometimes with those flashes, with that fault line, as long as you time them well, and we've seen freshest time them super, super well so far this game. And Fun Crew, they've still got a man advantage. They've still got room to hold with. They've got smoke set up in garage. They're going to try and double peek through this one. And they were expecting Easy to be close, but he's playing the further back up height position. He's looking to find this one for Vizsla. He's able to trade it.
That's unfortunate. He probably thought he should have had that one there, did Easy, but Vizsla mown down from the back, and it's going to be Mike, who just rotated through the CT spawn. Bonobo, the last player remaining. Full util, full armor, full everything here. In fact, I tell a lie, only 1 cloud burst. Does have to contend with a couple members. That's a good start. Takes down Scroll, but wasn't expecting Mike just holding that hard angle. And now Fun Crew are within striking distance of match point.
They're getting there, that's for sure. Fun Crew looking to take Haven convincingly and move on through to our next map. And of course, it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. We will be, of course, moving over to Ascent after this. So the Who, not a bad Ascent team. And they're probably already thinking about that, the way this has gone. Fun Crew, they've locked them out at every opportunity to come back into this game. And 1 round separates them right now. Round number 18, Bonobo flies up to the C site. Nobody there to contest him.
Yeah, there's just no answers at the moment here for the Who. And we see a Hunter's Fury coming through, this time from Zork. Spike has gone down and just creating a little bit more ground there. So a rather aggressive Hunter's Fury. Doesn't really do much damage though. The Spike is down, but have a look at this angle being held here from Vizsla. Easy gonna read him though. Paranoia catches him. Don't know how they knew he was there, but do be like that. And they just line up. And Gloom, the last player remaining, taken down. And that is gonna be GG, ladies and gentlemen. Convincing there from the Fun Crew, and they have a little bit of fun with it. But 5 rounds from the who, let's be honest, took them a little bit of time to actually wake up and show themselves in this game. They would have liked a few more rounds, especially in that first half, but Fun Crew, GG's, way too strong.
I thought that fault line was going to kill at the end there. But, unfortunately, not enough time on the clock to tick that one fully, but I have to say, Fun Crew, my word, it doesn't matter that they're without their top ACS scorer, Norsen. Fun Crew, they still got it. And I have to say, Punda filling out Norsen's role super well. 22 and 11 on the Killjoy. So many multi-frag rounds, getting that lockdown up. The difference maker there for Fun Crew.
I mean, he's a class act, isn't he, Norsen? But hardly missed there by Fun Crew. It's going to be, look, it's a little bit disappointing that we didn't get to see him tonight, but it is what it is. But he can, you know, rest assured that Fun Crew are just continuing to carry this banner without him. Having a look here on the paper, Punda, deserved winner of this MVP here. He saw him pull off some amazing plays, especially in that 1v1 scenario where he was going at it for about a minute and a half, I believe. So always good to get the win there, especially after you sweat for so long. But Zork also in that top 5 ACS in this region at the moment, carrying the Who there with 2 first bloods, 280 ACS. But when you contrast him with Punda, I mean, it's almost like chalk and cheese.
Yeah, chalk and cheese. And see it as you please. We take a look at the economy breakdown. And where it went wrong was that pistol round. Fun Crew, they were able to pick it up and then close it from there. The economy spiked a little bit. It went down at round number 16, but then it flew straight back up. Fun Crew looked absolutely almost untouchable there on Haven, and I'm curious to see how Ascent will go for him.
Yes, Ascent just waiting in the wins, but that is on the other side of this very short break, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go too far. We've still got at least 1, maybe 2 more maps. We'll just have to see if the Who have anything to say about it, so don't go too far.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
You've come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Challenges Oceania. We are getting towards the pointy end of the night, and I'll tell you what, if Fun Crew have anything to say about it, this will be the last map, but the Who are looking to take us to map 3 after slipping and falling on the map of Haven. We now go over to Ascent. My name is Kit Fox, joined by 2Tap Tony. 2Tap, you saw what I saw that previous game. What did you make of it?
It was a lot of Pundo go kill, Pundo go get multi-frags. So much of that game is a credit to him. But of course, Fun Crew overall looked super in control of that game. From minute 1, you saw everybody really hitting it up. You saw, not even a lack. I thought Fun Crew missing Norson, missing kind of one of their key playmakers. They were going to look a little bit slow to start this one off, but it was everything but.
Yeah, it was a Fun Crew masterclass for the majority of this map, but I mean, Scroll, he rarely misses, doesn't he, with a Hunter's Fury? You spoke about his multi-kill potential. I don't think he... there was a couple non-multi-kills, but every Hunter's Fury was definitely at least one, and that's what you want with that type of investment. And the Who, they clapped back a couple of rounds, but Fun Crew were just a cut above. I mean, that's just a masterclass there as well, to play a Killjoy, to lock down a site. Everything that Fun Crew did was just supremely executed. Zork and the rest of the Who weren't without their glimpses of brilliance, but they could not displace the Who. They couldn't displace Fun Crew. They couldn't get through the likes of Punda, who was our MVP for that match.
It's jacked in appearance, jacked in the stats. Look at that, KD at 2.1. And I tell you what, we need to get him a new jersey. Get him a Fun Crew hoodie. Get him a Fun Crew t-shirt, because that's the wrong one completely. Of course, no longer on 95X, but still looking great in that headshot, I have to say. Of course, we go to Ascent now, and it's going to be an interesting one, because the Who, this feels like a little bit of a better map for them. Haven completely outclassed there by Fun Crew, and interestingly enough, though, the Fun Crew side, they do play a little bit of Ascent. It's not too high in their priority in the pool, but of course, they have known to dabble in it from time to time.
Yeah, I'm worrisome for Fun Crew in this. I will be honest. I mean, we thought that the first map would have been a little bit closer in contention, but Fun Crew were just way too good. Now that we go over to Ascent, I'm concerned, because Fun Crew, they've had so many roster changes. Yes, they are players that have been around for such a long time, but Ascent is probably a map that they wouldn't have put as much time into as, say, your Pearl or something like that. So the Who picking this, I think, is a very smart move. I think if we're going to see the Who come out with a dub at any stage tonight, it would probably have to be at least on this map.
And you can see, they're not looking too disheartened about that loss.
No.
Yeah, and they're looking locked in. Like, that map completely in their rear view mirror, and their eyes are on the prize. Their eyes are on Ascent, looking to go to Lotus, which should be an interesting one, I have to say, because it gets a little bit scary if we go to Lotus, especially for a team like Fun Crew, who I wasn't expecting Lotus to be so good for them, because their roster's been a little bit topsy-turvy as of late, but recently, their Lotus has been absolutely solid, and, well, we go to picks, and, of course, for Ascent, and it's going to be the Who to start the attack, Fun Crew to the defense, so we'll see some interesting swap-ups. It's this time going to be easy on the Astra.
KO being locked in by both of these teams as well. This is where KO probably has one of the most, probably the biggest potential outside of, I would say, probably Pearl. So good to see both of these guys locking that in. Rather similar compositions, with the difference of the smoker there. So Looks like the Who going to be playing Omen, and Easy from the side of Fun Crew is going to be playing Astra. Now, I really like the Astra on this map pick because she can cut off both sites with that Cosmic Divide, you know, as is the way on every single map. But, you know, if you can thread that needle with your Cosmic Divide, it's so strong. And if you can keep her alive into the post-plant scenario, like we saw Rags to Riches do from the Cooper Troopers in our first match tonight, Tony, I think that that could be the deciding factor here, the trump card, the ace up the sleeve.
And I tell you what, I love me a bit of KO. I love me a bit of KO on Ascent. I definitely love Freshest on that pick. We've seen, you know, times where Fun Crew have looked at their worst in terms of, you know, they haven't quite been putting up the results. I believe last split it looked a little bit rough, and our eyes were drawn to Freshest, one of the players that's been on Fun Crew since its inception. Really, I believe the only player that's been there since the beginning. Easy coming back, you know, he's had his time out of the server, he's had his time back in. So Freshest, the only one that's been that key, consistent Fun Crew member for such a long time. And of course, he's still leading the charge. I have to say, KO, look out for Freshest on this map.
Yeah, so let's get it on, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 of this best of 3 series between Fun Crew and the Who in the Valorant Challenges Oceania. Only 1 week remaining in the competition after this one. It's flown by in the blink of an eye. Say that 5 times fast, I dare ya. But as we start off, it looks like the Who on attack, turning their attention over towards this A site, thunder hoofing their way into it. And the Fun Crew lads hear that, they peel off and they say, let's play post plant, baby.
Yeah, playing post plant. A few members all the way towards top mid. And Scroll, he's going to be playing for that Heaven Jiggle. He knows that one of these Who players might get aggressive for that Bonobo. And the Owl Drone to bait the swing. There is a swarm there too. Caught with the shock in hand. Uncharacter-like mistake there from Scroll. But it doesn't matter. The rest of the Who trying to scroll their way through towards A main. They will be able to find one of the Viz though. Freshest is going to be taken out by Gloom, and a quick trade though, and it's still favorable to the Fun Crew side because they lost a member early on. But Zork, the super hero of that round, able to find a hat trick. And the Who, they put the pistol on the board to start this off.
Yeah, he was just waiting in the gardens area, wasn't he? But you have to tip your hat to Mirza there, who got the great positioning of the Heaven area. Now, that's where the rotation came through from Fun Crew. They weren't expecting that drop. And, you know, it's little moments like that that can get your team the round, and that's exactly what happened there for the Who. So they chose this map for a reason, hitting that A site very, very aggressive to start things off. Fun Crew were more than happy to play post, but the Who, that is why they wanted to take Fun Crew on here. They think that this is their best shot, and I think that as well. Here they go again. I mean, this is insane here. They hit this site with absolute gusto. Bonobo, Cloudburst, dash straight onto the site. They clear out the sentry turret. They dispatch the nano swarms. It pops, nobody's touched. And again, Fun Crew with only pistols in hand, staring down the barrel of a huge force here from the Who. With a Bulldog out, easy first blood, but here comes Punda, and the kill feed just lights up red, which is the Who. And now it's all up to Mike. He's ready to dash at a moment's notice. Gets one. They just line up for him. Takes Bonobo down to 8 HP, but that's why you don't peek him. And now it's 2-zip. The Who with the advantage, but Fun Crew, this is where they can buy back in.
From the front.
Yeah, Fun Crew, they can look to invest into this one. Wanted to do as much damage as possible in that previous. And for a team like Fun Crew, who started so well in that first half of that first map, are down and out in this one. And this is definitely why the Who like to play Ascent. They know that Fun Crew haven't been stacking this site to start it off, putting too many members in there. Mike is gonna get aggressive with the early Cosmic Star placed, the Nebula 2. It's gonna be Fun Crew. Fine first pick, Bonobo's taken out, and they swing to him. You know, a player you said not to swing to at the start of this series.
Oh,
And Gloom able to find Scroll.
but Punda swings back, rotating through CT. There will be a dark cover just to delay his push back in. And Nano Swarm 2, which is always scary because you can never see it coming with the dark cover there. But you can hear it, and he backs off with the spike now down over towards B. The rest of the Fun Crew lads are rolling up through the CT side, but Zork, Bulldog in hand, burst fire, can't quite take it. Is forced to displace there because the fragment from KO came out. Does have a recon dart, couple members spotted, and Gloom tries to spray him down through the wall. Here come the Who! They combine, Zork and Mirza find a frag a piece, but Mike is there on the site. Punda taken down, position revealed. They both swing at the same time. He's trying to stick the spike. Yes, he's gonna do it, Mike! No! Mirza denies him with milliseconds remaining. And the Who, they go to round round 4 with 3 rounds under their belt, and Fun Crew's economy in tatters.
Oh man, I didn't believe it. Mike sticking that spike, the Who not there. That spray down transfer was almost a reality. But the Who are able to win that one out. Great pick from Gloom over towards B to open that one up. There's nothing Fun Crew could really do about that. And well, for the Who, they force Fun Crew to stay at a respectable eco. There's going to be a stinger for Punda, a shorty for Mike. Fun Crew can't really do much in this round.
All right, the Who, where have you been? 3 in a row, and they've broken Fun Crew. Now again, back over towards this A site. Now Drone going to have a little bit of a peek, doesn't spot anybody, but Easy knows something's afoot. So does Fweshest. Fragment such strong utility, as is that 0 point. 1 player spotted, which means that a rotation's probably coming through, but Fun Crew have hard stacked that A.
Yeah, they've completely invested all their numbers over. And it's just going to be the turret there for Fun Crew, trying to be a sole member. So they know that Killjoy's over towards the side of the map. Mike has popped the blades.
30 seconds left.
Because 30 seconds left here for the Who. They will be able to get into the side and get themselves in a good position and still play a top mid. It is going to be Mirza able to trade. You traded out though by Scrawl. And looking at Mike, first one, the blades. Zork has found another pick though. Even Stevens, Fun Crew's still trying to get in.
Yeah, but they're gaining ground with Mike here in these blades. He was good for 1, but was unable to find Zork, who just pushes through the smoke. And he ends that round with 4, as do the Who. Now Fun Crew, that was an eco from them. They took 2 away. Now they buy in yet again. Well, it's starting to look a little bit dire for the team that is currently 1 map up, as the Who will not be down and suffocated so easily. 4 rounds, Fun Crew 0. Not something we expected to see after the dominating performance that was map number 1 here, Tony.
Yeah, this is a different situation. Fun Crew though to a bye this time around, and well, we need to see some of those members that stepped up last game step up this one. The Who, they've got all the reads. They know that Fun Crew have stacked sites early on, and they're kind of drawing rotations early and then playing from there. The Who, really smart play right now. But Mike able to find the first one on Mirza.
Yeah, that happened over towards the A long area. There was a Hunter's Fury that went out as well, so maybe he was trying to dodge that. Regardless, he finds 1 frag. Still Zork up. We've seen him rack up 4 kills that previous round, and Punda spots a couple players over towards Market. Taken down. As Vizsla goes in with the help of Zork, and now this B-side about to be blown completely open. There is a player in Boathouse. Mike on the lurk though. Vizsla takes down Fweshest, and there it is, Scroll taken down in Boathouse. So it is all up to Mike now, who's going for the long lurk. I dare say this might be a save, Tony.
That's gonna have to be a save. He's gonna smoke up the turret.
Oh no.
And it's gonna be what's more even happening. Mike tries to jump across corner. There's another pick for Zork, and it's 5. Cut this off for the Who. No longer +2, and it doesn't seem to matter. We've got 5 rounds on the trot. Fun Crew, they're gonna call it tactical.
Well, they have to here. It's all they've got left at this point. Because 5 rounds in a row from the Who is just complete yin and yang compared to the map that we had on our screens previously. It is confirmed to be a Fun Crew attack here, and really, what do? They've got 1 ult. They're struggling to find frags. You've got 3 players on 1 frag apiece, and the Who just dominant here. Everybody stepping up. Gloom, yes, he's at the bottom of the leaderboard. 2 frags, but 6 assists. You love to see that from your KO. Zork just abusing Sova on this map. 11-3. 11-1. Absolutely nutty here. The Who just seem to have all the answers here. And Fun Crew, I mean, they were controlling that last map. They were the authors. They were the ones writing the story. But the Who have snatched the pen away, and they're going, it is now our time. And you're going to play this game on our terms. The Fun Crew lads, it's struggling to see them chaining around together from here because the Who are just everywhere on this map.
It's going to be an interesting turn of affairs now as we go out of attack and into regulation. Fun Crew Ascent definitely looks like it's been out of practice for a while too. The Who might have gotten a good read with this veto. They could look to take us to Lotus pretty quickly if they can keep this up.
As we get back into this round, into this game, hard A again here from the side of the Who. You can see Gloom taken down easy. Fun Crew again forced to eco this one. So they're just struggling here. So a tactical decision made. Maybe they're saving something for a bit more, or saving something for a little bit later. Maybe an operator. Time will tell. Time will also tell if they're able to take this round out here. They're blind over towards Flowers area. But they do make it work. 1 kill apiece for both Mike and Scrawl. They need a little bit more though. There's still 3 players remaining here from the Who. This site on absolute lock, but 2 players extremely low from the Who. Mike smokes off the long area, but the swing from hell could be the deciding factor here. But Frenzy, maybe a little bit, maybe a gun with a little bit more oomph might have got him across the line there, but Vizsla holds firm. The Who with now 6 on the trot. What is happening?
Yeah, a lot that's not going right for Fun Crew. We've seen that they're able to put that first on the board on the retakes, but then the follow-up from there, the team cohesion, it just looks a little bit rough. The Who, this is a game in a map they kind of wanted right now. As we're going back into another buy, 3 ultimates online for Fun Crew. Good to see what they can do going into this one, but they need this 7th. This is a much important one to keep their heads above water.
Yeah, this will definitely run away from Fun Crew here if they don't take this round. It is a buy, and that's what they were waiting for, Tony. There it is, the operator. Gloom just tried something sneaky there, but you can't do that. But Mirza answers it back. So it's 4-on-4 all of a sudden. Make that 3-on-4 as Punda finds another one. They're just being peppered off here. Left, right, and center at all corners of the map.
Pick from Mike, kicking it off. Able to invest into that operator. Haven't quite seen that out of Mike just yet. Didn't really need to all too much on Haven. Was just able to roll with the punches with the rest of the squad. 2 outside of A for the moment. 1 looking to walk up through short with Gloom. Does have the knife back online. Look to shut down some of that util that's placed out the front of A, but it doesn't matter. Punda able to find that one. Gloom and spotted on the swarm. Tosses the knife towards Tree, and well, spikes out A. Gloom needs to help Zork right now, but Zork, he's found the opening pick. He can look to plant. That's not going to be denied. Fresh Punda, they can't do anything about it. The lockdown is down, and it is looking to secure the round, but Gloom still towards main. Fragment comes out. That's not going to tag up Punda, but the spike hasn't been planted. There's 10 seconds. The second Fragment and gives the Who another round.
No! Oh no! What is there to say? Oh, just a little bit too eager. I could not believe what I just witnessed. He puts 1 big toe into the nano swarm. I can't believe Oh, wow. Oh, we need to move on. We need to move on. That's one of the funniest things I've seen in competitive Valorant. Hands down. It's just all falling apart for the Fun Crew, lads. The Who are just dominant here. We could be going to map 3 quicker than anybody thought here. And again, the Who just ham it down mid, but Fun Crew were there and waiting. It's a 2-for-2 trade. 3-on-3 now, Tony.
3-on-3. You've got 2 players controlling the top side of mid. Nobody can see Bonova for the moment. Quickly traded, though. Vizsla is going to be sitting in the market. Not what Fun Crew were expecting. He's going to miss the spike drop. Into Punda. Not going to be spotted on that owl drone. Punda could look to walk into a corner, but he hasn't been spotted. He's able to find the first, but not quite the second. The Who are gifted another round. It's 8 on the trot and 0 still to Fun Crew's board.
Well, somebody call the cops, Tony. Fun Crew completely missing, unseen since Haven, yet to chain around together here on Ascent. And the Who, there's a reason they chose this map, Tony, and they are showing everybody here and at home just what that reason is. We expected this game, well, this overall best of 3 to be close. We didn't expect it to go like this, though. We didn't expect a shellacking from the Fun Crew lads in map number 1. And then just a double down from the Who. Anything you can do, I can do better in map number 2. 8-0 is a scoreline that nobody would have been expecting. Again, the Who lads going over towards this B site. Punda on the rotate. It's an eco here from Fun Crew. They've already lost 1 member here as this B site is blown completely wide open, and a lockdown as well. This is just oppression at this point here from the Who. But Mike and Punda, hello! Here they come, Tony.
Here they come. Punda bringing the thunder, that's for sure. Swarm goes out towards the laneway. The updraft, Mike's denied. Shut down completely. Gloom hits another. Precious falls on the tail end of his ultimate, and it's just a Punda. Not even hopes to res here. Gloom is ripping heads left and right, and the Who are on track to really. I don't think we've seen a flawless half so far this entire split.
If you told me it was going to happen in this game, I would have called you a damn liar. I can't believe what I'm seeing. 9-0, Fun Crew just completely unspotted here on Ascent. Every time they decide to peek, the Who are there and waiting. Every time the Who is decided on a site, you cannot get that thought out of their heads. They take it, whether you like it or not. That is theirs now. There's nothing you can do about it. But Fun Crew, credit to them, they buy back in. They reset yet again. But this is the last time you'd expect them to be able to do that, Tony.
Shutting them down.
Yeah, the last time. Fun Crew, another buy. Hunter's Fury. Blades available for Bonobo. And interestingly enough, who have been given freedom of short control. Hunter's Fury flies across. They're going to take out easy. Trying to hold that door line. There's so much KJ util, though. It's burning through a few players. Punda. He's good for multi-frags again. This time he needs to find a few more. Gloom down to 1 HP. Able to find Punda. Sights open for the taking. Vizsla's just on the lurk, denying any rotates coming through from that CT spawn. Now it's left to Mike. It's left to Precious. They still have to deal with Vizsla. And he's going to be one for Mike. Players still towards the backside of Generator. They still have to...
They decide to push through as a unit, but Precious gets swatted down by Zork, who's causing all kinds of problems here for Fun Crew. Mike is there! Gets one, couldn't get the big 180, and the Who in double digits. Fun Crew on a bagel. This is insane. 10-0. 2 ults for Fun Crew to play with. That's the best news that they've had all round so far. The Who, what else needs to be said? They've got an ult, who cares? They've got money for days, they've got rifles, they've got shields that are just made of some kind of, I don't know, Wolverine bones. This is crazy, Tony.
Oh man, oh man. When do Fun Crew find around? It looks so good. Punda's found some multi-frags. He's held that A site so well. And now, well, for Fun Crew...
Well, that sums it up right there.
Sums it up right there. Gloom is shutting it down every round. You know, they get the opening pick, Fun Crew, but it doesn't matter. Gloom's here to play. Ascent is his domain, and we're just watching. We're just spectating in masterclass of the attack side of Ascent from the Who. They get themselves out to A yet again. They're gonna catch Easy, putting up the Cosmic Divide. He gets it down. He pays for it with his life. Merz is holding the wide swing of that smoke, and Punda is going to be taken out. The lockdown has been invested. Vizsla needs to walk away, so does Zork and Gloom. Fun Crew have freedom of the site now. But how do they hold?
Look at Vizsla. He's going to come from heaven. Scrawl's going for the defuse, but Mike is there on the ground. He holds firm. Here comes Vizsla. His Scrawl gets off the spike. Didn't matter. He manages to find the frag. Probably could have stuck it. Either way, Fun Crew find their round, finally. But only one round remaining in this half. The Who only need 3 more total. It is a long road back here for Fun Crew. Do you think they have it in the tank too, Tap?
It's still doable. I feel for Fun Crew right now. They want to reset the half. They want to, you know, get the second, go into it with the 2 to 10. And then really, really run it back from a pistol. Because it's a tall ask. We've seen it been done before. A few of these teams have done it in BCL so far. Fun Crew look to be one of those teams as Punda this time is going to reposition off and Kevin the right click from the blades of Bonobo. Vizsla is going to res up Bloom. The door is going to be busted. But Bonobo's already found Freshest. There's only 3 members left to deal with for the Who. Almost clean sweep this half, and well, for Mike, how do you do it? Merz playing in the smoke yet again. All he needs is 2 bullets to the head, and that Phantom definitely more than capable of it.
That's a good position in the smoke there from Merz, low HP. It's a kamikaze style, but all or nothing. He takes it all. The Who looking to take it all here in this game. 11-1, Tony. Put another coffee on, mate, because we are going to go to map number 3, I reckon.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. And that's Lotus. It's going to be an interesting one. As you said, very smart pick from the Who. As we swap our sides. Who to the defense, Fun Crew to the attack. And it's just been Mike. You know, Punda, he's fallen off a little bit. And interesting enough, you know, Mike and Punda both played together for like almost their entire careers at this stage. Legacy back in the day. Bonkers eventually. And, you know, there's a lot of synergy between these two. They're at the top of the table for a reason. They need to show it. They need more. Mike, he may be 15 and 12, but we need more.
We need a lot more from everybody on Fun Crew at the moment, Tony. Don't know what these players are thinking or what's happening, but at the moment, it is all the Who. 2 quick ones for them. Yes, they lose Gloom in the process, but great start to the pistol round here. They're going to spot the Killjoy turret. Tap, tap, tap it down. There is a nano swarm there that almost got activated, but they're going to be left wondering. As Vizsla and the rest of the crew, they push through heaven very, very low. That Scrawl gets one. Bonobo trades it out for Fweshes though, but just doing the ground and pound soldier style here is Scrawl. Shocked out there. Will it take down Bonobo? That's classy. He's got 1 more to contend with, and that would have been the ace for Scrawl. But Merza will push the Who to 12 rounds, and that'll put them at a match point. Say hello to Lotus, Tony.
Yeah, it's looking very likely. You can imagine the Fun Crew side are going to be forcing into this one. Anything they can invest is going to be a must, because they got the spike down, so they secured the money that way, but they didn't secure the round. It's the Who. The Judge. A few Spectres, a Bulldog, Marshall here for Mike, Bulldog for Scrawl, half shields, and machine guns. That's not what you want to see right now. If you're a Fun Crew fan, we're going to go all the way to the 3rd, and, well, after the Who got trounced on the first map, it's their time to do the trouncing. Knife to knife, and early info 3 on that from Bloom, and the Fun Crew, they've been spotted. You know what? We're gonna have to go for it. Swarm big damage. 33 to Mike, and Scrawl already been taken down. Bloom's looking for more. He's looking for the rest of the Who to put the nail in the coffin. And it's just gonna be left to easy. Frenzy in hands, and not much left to do. Dink and a Gloom finish. Fitting finish at that. The Who 13-1 on a set.
Can we just check the cams of Fun Crew? Can we just make sure that the players are still there? Because they looked like bots in that game, Tony. Where was this in the first map from the Who? Come from absolutely nowhere against a team like Fun Crew to make them look like that. I mean, it's embarrassing. The Who, on another level in that map, and I think, you know what, that answered our questions, Tony. I'm rarely lost for words, but this is something that I was not expecting. If you told me this would happen in a million years, I would never have believed you. 13-1 on Ascent against a veteran team like Fun Crew. Map number 3 is going to be spicy.
I'll tell you what, that's I guess what happens when you don't have the prac, you don't have the necessity tools there for that one. Fun Crew definitely going to have to be thinking about that one going into their future few weeks, and definitely going to have to bring Ascent to the pool, that's for sure, fellas. But of course, we look to the future, we look to our decider. Map number 3, it's going to be Lotus, and it could be anybody's game, I definitely have to say. But look at that, Gloom 15-7. Average combat score of 300. He didn't get all too many first kills, but the util and the overlying presence that is that KO was enough to put Fun Crew in their track.
And I think that victory just sends a message to the rest of the competition as well that says maybe ban this map out if you're going up against the Who. Because if that's what they do to Fun Crew, they've just dismantled the T1000 Terminator. That's what they've done. That's the impossibility of that feat. Will they be able to keep it going though? Map number 3, Lotus, the brand new map to this game. We will just have to wait and see, and I can't wait. So don't go far, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna take a quick one, so go get refreshed and then join us right back here.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live.
Wow.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
You come this far, and you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at LetsPlay.Live. Introducing the new and improved LetsPlay.Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's
Being
Play.
treated to this absolute spectacle. I'm joined by Two Tap Tony, who has also got front row seats to the best of Valorant in the house.
Oh man, when you tell me I would have come back after a few weeks hiatus and I would have saw a 13-1 on Ascent after Fun Crew did them dirty in map number 1. The Who, I have to tell you, that was a marvelous performance and a treat to how you want to play Ascent. That's how you want to play attack. They looked a little bit rough. I thought Punda had this round where the spike was dropped mid. He just kind of had to hold for it. But the Who, just time and time again, miracle after miracle. Players even walking into fragment grenades. Gloom playing this one so well on the KO, I have to say. And the Who, a dominant second map means that we go to Lotus, we go to our decider, and it could be anyone's map. You know, you look at statistically, this is good for Fun Crew, but the Who, you know, statistics be damned.
Where do you go from a map that gives you everything? Honestly, it was. How does it get better from that? I mean, where do the Who go from there? Fun Crew, they're the ones that are going to have to step up because they were embarrassed. Let's not sugarcoat it. That is not the Fun Crew we know and love, and that is not the Fun Crew that they, within themselves, will be pleased with. So a lot to be played for here on Ascent. Gloom, the MVP for the side of the Who from that round, and very well deserved, but. We questioned the Ascent pick, Tony. We thought, why? But the Who, they shut all their critics up, that's for sure. But now we go over to Lotus. Statistically, yes, it is a Fun Crew map. But the Who, I mean, if they play like they did in that previous map, if they continue to ride that wave of momentum, which is a huge thing in Valorant, let's not understate it, into Lotus, oh, they're going to surprise everybody.
I'll tell you what, this is going to be an interesting map. Looking at the statistics for it, Fun Crew currently undefeated, and very much convincingly too. The last time they played it was week 5 against the likes of XYZ, and it was a 13-1.
Yeah.
That was back when Chamber was still in the meta.
It was a stomping, to say the least. Who knows? Maybe Chamber. The meta is what you make it, Tony. Let's be honest. If anybody could play Chamber if they wanted to. He is a little bit harder to play now. You know, the rendezvous nerfs are huge. That's the biggest thing. He's lost his ability to get in and get out. Still the best looking Frenchman in the game, hands down. He's just a tailor after all. But as we look at these map stats here, it's well, it's not as impressive as Fun Crew. Let's say that. They're yet to pick up a win on Lotus, but they have only played it once. Still very fresh, still very new, so you can't really read too much into the stats for this map, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Of course, these are two different teams coming from, you know, both maps there. We get to see, Little Birdie has told me, we get to see Norson back. So Norson
hello.
Turned for our final map of this evening. Word told me as well he's fresh out of the shower. Hopefully he's put some clothes on. It's a bit cold out there, Norson, so I don't know, maybe he likes to play all natural. We'll have to ask him about that, of course, if we get an interview. But we're going into Lotus. It should be an interesting one.
Probably hasn't got the leather gaming chair if you're going au natural, but we can only speculate. And the heat map here from the Fun Crew, it's not too shabby, you know. It look like, again, it is only fresh, so we can only read only so far into this, Tony. It is a broad map as well, second of the competitive pool to feature 3 spike sites, but what is known as the Gecko's Playground. So I'll be interested to see if we get to see him come out alongside this map. In the match that I did last week with Zach, we definitely saw Gecko come out and have massive impact. You know, Mosh Pit, Dizzy, and Thrash, every single part of Gecko's kit is so powerful on this map, especially on a map that has a lot of verticality to its sites as well.
Yeah, you saw a lot of the heat map there show a lot of fighting towards that B plateau.
Yeah.
And especially comes to mind when you, of course, mentioned verticality. You know, the entirety of that C site's kind of elevated as well. You've got that plateau where you can play it, and then you can play so far back on the post play. You can play all the way back in main, and teams kind of struggle to play against that, especially if you have, you know, a Killjoy in the mix where you can throw the swarms down, the alarm bots, the sentry turrets. I imagine we'll see a Killjoy for both these teams because it feels like a Lotus staple.
It kind of does, you know. It's sort of been the flavor when you pick Haven as well. Anything that has, you know, a broad map, let alone 3 bomb sites, you need that agent that can sort of solo lock down a site, or otherwise you just spread way too thin. And we've seen both of these teams employ the Killjoy to both various effects tonight. I wouldn't be surprised at all, like yourself, if we do see the KJ coming out. Won't be surprised if we see Gecko or even Sky. You know, Sky on this map is extremely strong as well, but we will just have to wait and see. You know, this is the decider. It's anybody's game. Statistically, yeah, it's balanced over towards Fun Crew, but I'm not going to read into that at all, and I don't think anybody else should. You know, the Fun Crew lads were accused of crypto throwing in the previous map. No. It could be argued, but look, anything goes in match number 3. There's so many dollars on the line as well, Tony. Every win means so much. Let's have a look at the agent selection, and hello! You speak his name, and he shall come. Chamber on both of these teams. You love to see it. But, you know, for the first time tonight, we've seen probably the most diverse differences in between these two lineups. A Viper being selected in for the side of Fun Crew, which is huge. And there was another pick in there which will come up on screen shortly. But regardless, there's a couple differences here. But Mirrored Chambers was not expecting that, let alone one.
Yeah, it's 2 Chambers coming into play. And who's got the deadlier tour de force and rendezvous to put in play to this one? It's Pearl, not actually the map, it's Lotus. There's a few pearls about, there's a few gems, getting me a little bit confused here. And of course, a beautiful, beautiful map. Looking at all the bright colors, looking at all the beautiful nature. Lotus, it's going to be an interesting one. As we look to strap ourselves in for the decider, we get to see a map number 3 out of the second series, of course. You know, it's an interesting one, Kit. I looked at this on paper, I'm like, all right, this could be a 2-0, or this could be all 3 maps. And kind of wanted all 3 maps, definitely out of both these teams. The caliber that has been shown from these teams week to week has been absolutely sensational. It all comes to a foot here. Whether the Who come out on top after a beautiful ascent, or, you know, Fun Crew, they're able to bounce back with the implementation back of Norsen.
Yeah, they are their biggest enemy, aren't they, Fun Crew? You know, if they could only just be so consistent, we would see a completely different standings in this competition overall. I expect them to see, you know, pushing that top 2 to even 1 standing. But, you know, they are a team that have been plagued by so many roster swaps. I struggle to think of a team that has undergone more, if I'm being honest. But credit to them, they've stayed under the Fun Crew banner. They've continued to try and gel and rebuild, but you know, you can only do that so many times. Here they are, though, fighting for their life now, copping off, you know, off the back of an absolute spanking on the previous map from the Who.
And interestingly enough, Fun Crew are going to take this one a little bit slower pace, bringing the Viper to the table. From Scroll is an interesting pick, of course, very good at covering off different angles, and it's interesting to see though Omen as well for Fun Crew. So, you know, double smokes, double controller. They've got a lot of cover to give themselves, and well, you can't really blame them on a map like Lotus where there's a lot of open angles, there's a lot of open ends to clear out. There's 2 towards the tree, and Fun Crew are looking to swing that way.
Yeah, they decide to go in. Got that Viper wall there. Mike in and out of the orb. There is another player just on the other side of that. Needs to be careful. It's Zork, who's taken down very, very low, and they decide to knock down a few doors and just rotate over towards this B site here to Fun Crew. Attacking first. Bonobo spotted off the back there. Scroll will go up and duke it out with him, but Scroll unable to land a single bullet there. That's unfortunate. As is Mike, and the Who get 2, but Mike finally gets one with Chamber, and Scroll though just lines them up, but here come the Who. It's now a 1-on-2 situation, and Mike was only able to do half a job. Bonobo on the Who will take the pistol, and this is a good start for them. There was a stomping in that previous map, and they continue that aggression here. They start off with a fantastic defense here on Lotus map 3.
It's interesting to see swapping Bonobo over to a more util heavy role like the Breach, but of course you can still play Breach like a duelist. You can flash for yourselves, you can fault line, you know, pseudo duelist Breach. We'd love to see, of course, some Breaches leading the charge for their team. The Who though, a much needed pistol to keep, you know, The economy good. Their spirits high. Fun crew. Norson just coming in. Top ACS now has to... Oh, he's got a lot to answer for at the moment. Of course, coming in, last map. He has to lead by example. Fun crew. Last map in the back of their minds for the moment because they need to focus in for this one.
Yeah, the secret weapon Norson just coming in for Punda, who, after stepping on that fragment in the previous match, doesn't want to show his face. Nah, just kidding. He's probably got something very, very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have subbed in Norson. And he'll be more than ready to go. He's very fresh as well. But he's going to need a bit more than that if Fun Crew are to be successful here. The Who with the advantage. And they're deciding to push through the rotating door. But if Mercer's there and waiting for them, and now he just skedaddles away. 2 very easy frags there for the Who. Almost a third, but Norson going to retrieve a gun here at 25 HP.
Yeah. Extremely low, but has that gun. Expected to work with.
30 seconds left.
Scroll the Marshal. And they have to be careful of that cubby corner. You can see the pings are going towards it, but the Who, they're not playing that position right now. Gloom is on a headshot line. Oh, dog, he has to back away. Down to 24 HP. The spike will go down. And Fun Crew,
10 seconds left.
they retreat to tree. Also, though, he's pushed up.
It's rough when you hold a line like that and there's just literal pixels, like mere pixels in it. And it's rough to see that. Of course, we get that. We get to see the silhouettes. And they have no idea how close they came until they watch this. But Scroll doesn't matter what gun that man has in his hand. He finds 2 with a Marshal, but Zork says that's enough of that. In comes Gloom with a Bulldog. Norson with that. Oh, hello. Manages to find one with a Nano Swarm. Zork, 80 HP, has to go for the defuse. Norson. He's out of swarms, has to go in. Zork gets it to halfway. Norson has to check it here. No, they time each other out and Zork just sprays, but I don't think he's got enough time. He got it to halfway, but Norson just buys enough time. And Fun Crew clutch that round back. It's now 1 apiece here, Tony. And strap yourself in, because I don't think anybody has an economical advantage here. Maybe Fun Crew, yeah, they do. They're just going to be able to get the slight hardware advantage in this one. As I say slight, it's quite substantial.
Oh yeah, that's a stark difference. It's Vandals for Fun Crew, classics for the Who. A unfortunate round to drop, and this is Fun Crew's now moment to make some brilliance happen. Flash actually gonna blind up easy, but you know what? He'll take it. He's got himself in a good position up on top of the tree log. He's gonna smoke off towards that hallway. CT, there's 2 players there for the Who. And he's gonna be a jiggle out from Mirza, trying to feel it out a little bit. Bonobo with cheeky little pick there. Mike could have lined that up. They're giving up 2 guns, but they're not retrievable for the Who.
Last player standing.
Isler on the lurk with the headhunter, but Norson, he will not be fooled. #1 fragger in the region at the moment. Does change every week, but like I said, it should be a title that we pass around on Twitter too, Tap. This week's #1 OCE Valorant player. Currently held by Norson. Gloom has a classic out. Does take out said player, but Easy more than happy to oblige with a trade back. So a second round on the board here now for Fun Crew. And the Who, it was a hard eco for them. They did well. They took 3 guns away from Fun Crew. And now they buy back in here. What have Fun Crew got left in the tank? We've got we've got a Tour de Force. Very shortly available here for Mike. And we're also going to be close to that Viper's Pit as well, Tony. So big alt economy advantage about to go the way of Fun Crew if they're just able to hold on this round.
And see what the Who can do. Do have an operator in play for Vizsla. You can see that Mike, he's just going to drive peek because he's got that rendezvous to teleport to safety immediately. Vizsla's going to be playing off that turret. Perfect start there. Easy. Going to be caught swinging, but all right. Fresh just doesn't need a flash for that one. It's going to be a direct trade.
I mean, that's a gutsy play, isn't it? To just stand there and tap down an operator. Oh, Norson with the swing as well. Zork not expecting that one. Now it's a 3-on-4. Slight advantage here to Fun Crew, but Mike just going to tip that ever more so in their favour. As Mirza is removed from play, Bonobo and Gloom, the last two remaining players. Guiding Light going to be thrown out. Nobody is within ear or eye shot of that. Spike going to go down here over towards this C site. Mike going to regather that rendezvous. Like we said, one away from the tour, and there it is. Expect to see that next round or the next one after that. Depends if he survives. What has Gloom got? Maybe spotted here. Oh, going to be... Yep, there it is. Swung down. Pincer style. And the Fun Crew lads... Look at us shake off the cobwebs. Already they've got more rounds on the board than they did on Ascent. And you know what? Baby steps. It's progress.
Yeah, they're getting there. For the hoop, they're getting down in the dumps a little bit to start this one off. Lotus. Well, statistically, this is not better for the hoop. They've already claimed a round earlier than anybody else against Fun Crew on Lotus. Of course, streak of dominance was 6 in a row before XYZ were able to find anything. Mike, he's able to find something. Starts it off with a pick to Vizsla.
Fantastic start there from Fun Crew. They'll take any sort of advantage that they can get. And if the Who have learnt anything, it's that they can't let that snowball. Turret taken down, but information gathered. Now, C turned towards by Fun Crew here as they take control of the hill. Gonna send in a couple scouts, gather a bit of util, dark cover, followed by the Trailblazers. Doesn't spot anybody. Paranoia comes out, doesn't catch anybody either, but Easy knows that something's lurking in the shadows there. And they both decide to pounce at the same time. Zork, Sheriff in hand, takes him down. Oh, miss with the operator there from Zork. From Mike. We don't see that often. Still has the tour as well. But Norson just makes it look easy in the end, and Fun Crew just showing us why they are currently at 100% wins on this map.
Yeah, 100% win rate. Nothing to bat an eye at for Fun Crew. They've got a lockdown. They've got the tour de force. They do have the Viper's Pit too. I'm going to be curious to see where Scroll opts to play with that ultimate, because you, of course, can get on the C, you can get on the A. But it's hard to sit in that Viper's Pit and really hold down. Be probably the best scenario for that one.
Yeah, it all depends on the situation, I guess. But Mike, great start. An even better start. Doesn't even lose any HP. Shields undamaged, still brand spanking. And he manages to get away with a rendezvous, which we don't see too often nowadays. Always very easy on the eyes. Norson buys a bit of time. In fact, we'll buy more time with the second Nano Swarm while the Spike tries to go down, but Aftershock says you just have to wait a little minute for that. Snakebite comes out. We saw the damage that that could do in our first best of 3 tonight, courtesy of Watt. And Scroll just not checking his corners. Sword gets taken down, but between a rock and a hard place, Easy does the rest. And Mike is an absolute menace so far. Paranoia comes out and catches Bonobo. They just know where he is. Guiding Light gets him too. Flesh is caught, just whipping out the gun. And Bonobo again, the man nobody wants to peek. The Spike is ticking away, and they know where he is. They're throwing everything that they've got at him. There's a dark cover. Oh, fault line. Going to catch Mike, who was holding the hard angle at close range. But Bonobo would probably do well to save this gun, you would think.
Oh.
Or not.
Or not. Mike, that's a shot. 4K. Close that round out. 5th to Fun Crew's board, and this is, well, a bounce back. You know, they get Norson in. He's 7-3. Up there with Mike, and Fun Crew doesn't look like Ascent happened at all.
Yeah, Fun Crew were getting... It's like two brothers just wrestling on the trampoline, right? And the Who stomped Fun Crew down so hard. And now the bounce back is just that ever so much stronger. 5-1 now. And Fun Crew don't even look like losing around here, but looks like the Who gonna have to do this one on a bit of a rough time. They've got an eco. We've got a judge out. Very strong on this map. Hero Vandal. 1 Spectre and 2 pistols.
You should run.
Looks like A site has been scoped out. Make it B, I'll get it right eventually. We will see the lockdown go in as well. Paranoia and Dark Cover just waiting in the winds here. Well, in fact, each have been used here by Gloom. Second dark cover now comes out. He hears some footsteps around the hill, but Mike again, just insurmountable here in this midsection. Opening frag of the round going Fun Crew's way.
Yeah, Mike almost caught by Bonobo there. And grabs the rendezvous. He's actually got 2 minutes now to help him. Spike's been secured, planted at that B site. Vizsla to find Skrull and Mike. Gloom finds easy hiding behind the box, and Precious is able to trade it back. And will pop the Seekers. Rolling Thunder sends Precious packing off of the site as Zork is just going to stick in D, and nobody is going to stop it. Zork with that wingman gets it done.
Little bro to the rescue. Well done. That's how you play a Gecko. And Fun Crew, just slip up a little bit there. Just not expecting the Gecko. That's why he's very, very strong on this map. You know, these sites, they're all enclosed. Lots of corners to check. And if you don't have the util, if you don't have the positioning, you're going to struggle to clear them out, as we found out right there. And the Who, with their second and much needed round on the board here, they're able to stay competitive here for this next round. They buy themselves back in, probably can do so for the next round as well. But so can Fun Crew, so we've got some good Valorant headed our way in these next couple of rounds. And Fwesh's just blinds himself there. Not quite sure that was the intentions, just clipping the pillar. Has just tried to go around the corner to the guiding light, but Fun Crew just feeling for a kill here again. We know that they love to play default. Mike has been pouncing on anybody who puts a big toe out of line, and I think the Who have just may have learnt from that, but have a look at their positioning here and the angles that they are holding. It's still rather aggressive.
And Dog comes out there, scouting for the info. And of course, easy from the shadows to get the info. Teleports actually over to A to get the info. Saw the Killjoy, saw Merza. The Fun Crew, they've still got time. Oh, that door opening is perfect. Freshest. And the rest of Fun Crew, they would find it first.
Who'd have thought that a rotating door would have been one of the most interesting things to be added to Valorant in recent times? It's crazy, isn't it? And now, it looks like a bit of util invested over towards the C site, but that's just all a bait. They turn and they switch over towards the B site. Nano Swarm in, same as the Viper's pit, so Fun Crew, they're throwing everything that they've got at this round. Zork just to go into that pit. He breathes heavily of the smoke and just can't handle it. Fwesh just takes him down, but Skrull, well, I was going to say Gloom can, as Skrull gets taken down, but Fun Crew, they combine in the end there, and they get another round on the board. 6-2, and they're just starting to run away with this a little bit. The Who had a fantastic previous round, but we need a little bit more where that came from. We've got the lockdown ready to be utilized at a moment's notice, and it looks like, I dare say, the Who will be throwing in attack time out here.
Yeah, can't really blame them. This is getting out of hand pretty quickly. For a team like Fun Crew, this is not what we're expecting, you know. Normally it takes a bit of time to adjust to get back in the server, but Norson, he's here, he's already kicking. And he's kicking it up the top of the scoreboard with Mike currently 13-4. I tell you what, might have to give Chamber a whirl in some of my games on Lotus, because Mike's inspired me.
I mean, it's like watching Faker work, right? He tried all this crazy stuff mid, and everybody just decided to do that. And you know what happened, Tony? Many, many games were lost. So what I'm saying is, you ain't Mike, I ain't Mike. This man is something special. Chamber is out of the meta for a reason, but Mike is making it look like he never left. Does have the fully charged Headhunter ready to go. Not that he needs it, because Fun Crew is sitting on an absolute mountain of gold here at the moment. And the Who, as their timeout fades away, what have they got? What did they chat about? Well, we're about to find out.
We're about to find out. Round number 9 underway. In just a second, you can see Headhunter for Vizsla. Playing aggressive. You know he can. With that situation, Mike, though, Chamber on Chamber action, and he comes out on top. Tink from Merza with a classic, and it's Bonobo with a Vandal to take Mike out, and finally someone shut him down. I tell you what, Mike has been a menace this entire half so far. But Norson, this is a cheeky little flank. I don't know if the Who are going to expect it as he sprays on for 2, almost for a 3rd. Merza's lucky to be alive. with 5 HP.
Spike planted.
Fun Crew secure the spike plant at C.
Yeah, very, very lucky to be getting away with that one, but Seeker's coming out. Mirza has to dispatch both of them. Gloom, though, still alive and was full HP, took a bullet to the knee, and he does survive. 89 HP, now it's 2-on-2. The Who need to get a wriggle on, as it's very, very hard to play for a specific type of plant on this map. It's more about your util that you've got available in the post plant. You can see here, they have to go in there, but Mercer's just able to stick this with the angles.
He secured it. Clutch. Goes to Mercer with an extremely low slither of HP. The Who, a round gifted to them. Charity over from Fun Crew. Round number 10, still Fun Crew with a lead, but that round, that means that the Who are back in it. They've got rifles, they've got ultimates. This is scary.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's so hard to play post plant on any site on this map. You need so much util. Even one dark cover there we saw was the deciding factor in that defuse coming through there from the Who. So yeah, it's more like on a map like Haven, you'd say, okay, we plant for long, we plant for garage. On a map like this, on a map like Lotus, it's just get the spike down. You know, it's still very much in its infancy stages, and I don't think teams have quite figured out, you know, the proper and most correct positions to plant in there. That should have been Fun Crew's round, hands down. They had everything right going their way, and the Who were just able to just abuse map mechanics. That's all they did.
And it's interesting to see that, again, Fun Crew, they're able to walk up onto the C site for free. The Who, they're happy to give it to them. And again, we're going to be in a similar situation post-plant. And Killjoy locked down, detained his mic. He's on top of the smoke, though. He's got good cover.
Little bro.
And Little Bro, we're going to tap that spike. And what do Fun Crew do? They do spam it, immediately take it out. Mike is caught in the close angle. The rest of Fun Crew pepper and bullets through. And oh my word, Freshest. That's something of beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, that was nutty. Let's leave that at that. And woof, Fun Crew continuing to just style on their opponents here. Yes, the Who, well, the last couple of rounds, they've been throwing back punches, but they've been copping so much more. Fun Crew are just able to just suppress them here. Now that the Who are on an eco, we're going to rock out with a Hero Guardian, one Spectre, the rest on pistols. Zork does have the Thrash available. Probably best to save that one for next round. We've seen quite a few Omens. Love that early teleport straight down mid there. Oh.
Ooh.
Rendezvous out from Vizsla. Did take a little bit of damage in the process, though.
Yeah, takes a bit of damage. Shadow's traveling, smoked off towards the spawn hall. Zork is stuck in tree with Gloom. And Snake's Bite is going to tag up Bonobo extremely low. These players need to be careful. Bonobo's walked through that smoke. And he is going to find 2 for Gloom with a classic. And now all of a sudden it's tail end of Front Crew. And Freshest, he always gets taken out too. Guardian long range from Vizsla. What has happened? Fun Crew are just getting flanked from so many different angles and they don't know.
Freshest, 20 HP in a dream. Does have the heal, but it does nothing to Sky herself. That is completely and utterly useless. The angle being held here, and Freshest doesn't check it. And how did the Who get that round? Fun Crew, there was just too many angles for them to cover. They didn't know which way to look. And the Who, I don't think they had a strat there either. They just said, K go win, let's go flank, you go this way, I go that way. Hello, we got a round win.
A round win indeed for the Who. 7 for Fun Crew, last round of the half. Fun Crew won 8. The Who really want that 5, and both teams, well, fully invested into this one. And we've got 3 ultimates. Tour de Force for Vizsla. And of course, the Thrash still online for Zork. This could be a deadly round if Fun Crew were to walk into it. He's going to be seeking the dog. Guiding Light still there. Mike, once again, leading the charge with this chamber. Clearing every single corner. That door's open with the Paranoia. The Thrash 2. The combo from Who. And Gloom for 3. And that's how you play the util game. Norson now left to pick up the pieces. But it is looking dire straits.
Zork gonna let Wingman do the work. Gets spotted, does Norson. They're throwing everything at him. The aftershock goes in. It's just a matter of time. He managed to take down Zork though. So a little bit of a consolation prize there, but the Who, another round on the board for them. Heading into this half, that'll do their confidence a wealth of good here, Tony. They've picked up 2 of the last 3 rounds, make it 3 of the last 4, in fact. So that's the best news coming out of the Who camp. But Fun Crew, after a dominating start here, we thought they were going to run away with this one. Again, they are the epitome of a roller coaster team here. It's you know, in roster, in the game, out of the game. It's all over the shop, and they just struggle to close out games. As we're just starting to find out here, they need this pistol, they need to cement themselves, and they need to take a couple more rounds under their belt. Once they get that confidence, Fun Crew are a completely different team.
This is gonna be an interesting fates. Early swarm, but of course the Wingman can walk straight through it. Oh, Vizsla. That's the shot to start it off. Norson dies. Nothing he can do about it. Spike will be planted. Easy has found Merza. But Fun Crew, they need to find a way back into the site.
Well, the paranoia did work there. And Zork fell down, but Gloom on the opposing Omen. That close range was able to make it work. Mike has the Headhunter out, gets one, and now Classic out, but it will be the Who taking the pistol round. Gloom ending it with a 3-piece. And now the Who are back within 1 round here of Fun Crew. Tony, we thought map number 3 would have been done and dusted by now, but the Who, they are not down, they are not out yet. And there's still a lot of Valorant to play.
I'll tell you what, it's to credit Gloom. Huge last game on the KO. Swaps over to the Omen, and still he's got it. 6-7, 1 away from tying up the decider here. And for Fun Crew, this is not a situation you want to be at. Norson just came back, and Fun Crew looked good to start that first half off, and then the Who, they inch out around to close it. Now they've found the pistol. They've got guns to play with for this one. Scary prospect around 14. What do Fun Crew do? Maybe stack a site. They've got 4 over towards C. The Who, they know that, and they're going to rotate completely.
Yeah, where do they go from here? It's a different ball game on attack. What do they got? Nobody actually going to be caught out there by the Dizzy. They're going to be completely recovered here by Zork, so expect to see that one again soon. They don't really know which way they want to go here though, Tony. They've got the firepower to choose any sort of way, but they're waiting for Fun Crew to come to them. They haven't made a lot of noise, and Fun Crew are a team that do like to overextend, but that's when they've got hardware. At the moment, they're just rocking the pistols. Fresher spots 1, damage, lots of util now, hocked into this C site, and at close range with that type of hardware, you're back the Who every day.
Get back the Who for Vizsla to find some dirty shots on the entry to that one. It's going to be Skrull Norson. Left with their fingers twiddling. They can't really do much. Skrull, he wants to walk in, maybe take a gun or 2 away from the Who, because make it a little bit more costly. But they're nowhere near. Anywhere near. And of course, Fun Crew, they kind of have to die to the spike to secure themselves the money. So they're going to go hunted. It's going to be Bonobo to find Skrull. Swarm not going to do much to Norson. Suspect definitely will. He found a kill to Vizsla before falling. Well, we're tied up. It's 7-7.
Game once again on the knife's edge. Cannot split these 2 teams at all. We thought it was going to be the Fun Crew story, but the Who, they've got their own chapters waiting to be read. And how will this one close out? Will it be Fun Crew rolling over the top of them, or the Who on the comeback train? With one of the reverse sweeps of all reverse sweeps, it has to be said, if they pull this one off. But we are still several rounds away from inking either of those tails. Now util, Dizzy thrown hard over towards the seaside here from the Who. You can see Vizsla Headhunter in hand. But there is firepower now on the side of the Fun Crew, lads, and that's what the Who need to be careful of. Wingman walks his way in, gets that spike down, and the rest of the crew decide to join him as well. Not really much that Fun Crew can do. They've still got players over towards the B site, and 2 quick ones coming out. Make it 3 for the Who. Huge stuff.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. Yet again for Fun Crew, Mike and Scroll, what can they do? They're just going to have to retreat yet again. They're going to have to hand it over to the Who. They surrender it. They even give up a gun. Mike loses life to Mirza. Breathing life into this game of the Who slowly but surely. And Fun Crew, it's slowly starting to slip out of their grasp. This will be a round lead for the Who in this decider map, and that's not what we were expecting. We saw a 5-1, a 5-2 scoreline. Fun Crew, this looked good. This looked like their map. The Who, I don't know what magic has befallen them since Ascent, but it is still working.
And you know, Fun Crew activated their secret weapon as well. Norson coming back in here, subbing in for Punda. And we thought that that was basically GG right there, but the Who doesn't care who they're going up against. The Who just takes names. And they're looking to add Norson, the top fragger in this region at the moment, to their list. And I think this may be a Fun Crew timeout. They're shaking, Tony. They're all over the shop, in-game, in mental. The Who, they're living rent-free in their heads at the moment, like the Cordyceps. They're just taking control. They're controlling their thought pattern and this game.
Yeah, it is going to be... What do you say if you're Fun Crew right now? Especially after you felt like Ascent didn't go your way at all. And map number 1 went their way so convincingly. It's the first tactical for Fun Crew. And it is it's a long one. It's a long discussion, you feel. A lot went wrong, a lot went right starting this one off, but it's been 3 straight rounds. 5 if you count the last half. The Who definitely on a ball right now. And it's a treat to see the change up of style still being implemented by some of these newer teams. Of course, it's not bread and butter roles for some of these players, but Nobo's shown some great flexibility swapping over to this breach for this map.
Yeah, and Vizsla as well. Great versatility. And Norson, hello, that's a free gun. Thank you very much. And Fun Crew on an eco just start to look a little bit more threatening. Now they have 2 rifles as opposed to the Hero Phantom that came out from Scroll. Going to be spotted there. Vizsla should be taken down easy with the Sheriff. 3 bullets, but he makes it work. More hardware on the ground here, and the Who, off the back of Gloom, looking to take control of this A site. They go in, and Gloom again sprays down Fueshist. He's still going. The spike has been planted. But there are 2 Fun Crew members waiting to come back here on the retake. Gloom, 82 HP, goes up the zip line. Takes the high ground. Norson, though, swings with that Vandal that he picked up in the early stages. And that is going to be a thrifty round on the board here for Fun Crew. Do not discount them, Tony, because they've leveled it up at 8 apiece.
8 apiece. Fun Crew, just when we were saying their hopes were down, but they're still in it at the moment. A tied scoreline once again. The Who, they've still got to buy. Fun Crew, they've got theirs. 2 ultimates on the mosh pit, the thrash. I'm definitely curious to see a little bit more out of Zork on this Gecko. Now we got to see its full extent on this map of Lotus. And Dizzy will be tossed for the peak. This is good for the Who. They can get out A for free, but not if Mike has anything to say about it. I tell a lie though, it's Zork firing off for 2 to start this one off. That's what we wanted to see out of him.
Yeah, great work there from the Who. This is a fantastic start to the round here, and they are going to seize control over towards this A start. And now, just aggression coming out here. You can see some frags, or some util being thrown out here, and some, well, frags as well. Norson good for 1, but the Who's still with this man advantage, being very, very aggressive over towards that site.
Getting aggressive.
Toxins going up.
Scroll. Toxins will go up. Fresh is trying to walk out, but not before Scroll falls, and unfortunately that flash did really nothing for both of them. A little bit missed timing, a little bit of miscomm maybe. Spike will go off. Precious is able to find Mers. Still going to hit the tail end of that fault line. And they want it. They want to take this gun away from Precious. They're hunting. They're giving him individual fights. Vizsla's able to find it though. Round number 9 goes to the Who, and well, for Fun Crew, what do they do here? Not all too much that could be invested, but they're still thinking about the buy.
This will be a gamble. And I'm not sure if it's the best play here, considering the way that the Who are going about their business at the moment. Normally, you do it in the early stages of a game, but now we're at map number 3, Tony. Now we're in, what, double-digit rounds, quite comfortably. This is, look, it's going to be a tough ask of Fun Crew, throw everything that they have at this. They don't, they just invest a little bit. We're going to have 2 hero rifles. So they're making the best of a bad situation here. Gloom throws the paranoia out. Somehow it misses Norson, but he makes it work with the judge because he caught Scrawl as well. So both of those frags with the 2 rifles, Tony, this is Dunsky.
Yeah, Gloom's doing it all. It doesn't matter who goes his way. Gloom has found 4 in the round. Mike, he's able to find Mercer, but the flash will come out. They're looking to swing him. They're looking to give it to Gloom. Ace is on the cards. He just needs to hit 1 shot to the head. Mike will be down and out. The thrash. Hey, that's good team play.
How well, Harold the Who Gloom stepping up here. 23 and 13 from the man on Omen at the moment. Nobody else coming within an arm's length. Bonobo getting the don't argue. He's only on 16 and 11. Vizsla 13 and 12. And have a look at the side of Fun Crew. They need something. But, well, what is it? And how much of it? There's so many questions, Tony. It's 8 to 10. They've got 4 ults to play with. Surely that's enough to get them this round.
Surely it's enough. High flash for Freshest. As you see the Mike's in a little bit of an aggressive angle. No one really there ready to trade him except for Freshest. Does get one blinded up, but immediately back Zork. Starting to fire up numbers himself as the Who rotated out. The takeout of the Killjoy util. B plan is on the cards and they can play for the post plant. Norson, he's got the lockdown and he dumps it down. And he's going to be now the Who fast track over towards A.
Would you believe it if I told you Fun Crew beat 95X? And here they are, being taken to map number 3 after a convincing showing on Haven, getting pantsed on Ascent, and now this is a much closer challenge here. But the Who are just everywhere. Norson with a nice angle though. So I think in these close quarter scenarios, you kind of back Fun Crew because Norson just knows how to get in and get out. But at range, the Who are just holding angles that Fun Crew aren't expecting. Scrawl, Snake's Bite onto Gloom. Oh, we're going to see a Nano Swarm coming out here. Scrawl has to back off this. He manages to get it to half HP. It's a one-on-one situation. We saw Punda step up in this very scenario. Can Scrawl do it? No, he cannot. It'll be Mirza winning that one out. Checkmate, he says. And the Who swagger through to 11 rounds.
And that's 11. And that's getting scarily close to reverse sweep territory here for Fun Crew. It was... it's a lifetime since we saw that 13-5 on Haven. And the Who... it's only just recently we saw an 11-1 half to Ascent, and we'll close quickly after that. Fun Crew... it's a Bulldog. It's a Marshall. The Who... gonna take this one slow and steady though. TP already to spawn. Gloom. He's just getting in the face. He knows that he wants to play aggressive. And he's been doing that this entire game, and Fun Crew, they are able to answer it back, and probably not the play this time around for Gloom.
Yeah, both chambers wanting to play, whipping out the tours. But it is a slight advantage here to Fun Crew. Trailblazer. Oh, I think Zork's been spotted, but definitely not Vizsla, aka Kronk God X. The Who, 11. just take this one nice and slow, because Seekers have been invested here by Fueshist, which is a gutsy maneuver considering he only has 11 HP left. But you know what? He says that if I'm going to die, I may as well be useful. But Mike with this tour, that's the second time he's gotten in and out. Oh, the third was on the cards. But Zork with the crouch, the tactical crouch was enough. Norson at 100 HP goes in. Bonobo, last remaining player, but Fueshist didn't even matter that he was on 11 health. He's going to get this defuse and get another charge onto this Seekers, or no, he's actually going to give it over here. So, Fun Crew, they're not down, they are not dead, and they are letting everybody know about it. This game is going all the way down to the wire. Thrifty round for Fun Crew. Just when you think they are done, they do something like that.
Yeah, Fun Crew, when their backs against the wall, they put one on the board. 11 to 9, 9 to 11. It's still anybody's game for the taking. Fun Crew could stroll back into a lead very, very quickly. They could tie it up very quickly. But for the Who, they've got a lockdown to play with for this one to secure themselves round number 21. I want to see that util put in play. Only one over towards A here for Fun Crew. They've just let scroll. This is going to be an interesting hold. If the Who look to go that way, there's not going to be a lot of contention.
Yeah, interesting stack from Fun Crew. Lots of util over towards C. Thrash going to detain Scrawl here, and he gets dispatched, but traded back very quickly by Easy. Dizzy, though, doing work here. They need to be careful. Now the lockdown going to be committed here by the Who, and Mike was at the feet doing the work, but so were the Who. Mercer got 3 so far. We will actually see the rotation now coming on through, and that will be the round, it looks like. Oh no, the spike, sorry, actually coming through here. There's the round.
Round win, it's match, it's series, point, it's the Who. And I didn't believe we'd be saying that sentence, the start of Haven, the end of Haven. The Fun Crew, they've slipped astronomically here. This would be the biggest, I feel, choke in a series. It's only week 6. Fun Crew, they still have to play another game next week. But the Who, this shoots them up the standings if they are able to close it here. Fun Crew, though, they've still got to buy. They've got the Viper's Pit. They've got everything to do. And it is up to maybe Mike. Find them an entry pick. He's been a little bit quiet the second half. And it's going to be
when they just least
one. I believe
expect
you were
it.
talking about Goku. It's everything coming together here for the Who in this last moment.
I just threw out a very, you know what? Don't worry about it. We carry on. You heard it, Tony. That's all that matters. 12 to 9 is the current scoreline. The Who still in a 5-on-5 situation, looking to round this out. But Vizsla, 3 HP, needs to be careful because with your chamber out, that get in and out potential is eliminated here. But playing it nice and slow. A little bit of a split play going on. Killjoy over towards mid here at B, so a bit of noise being created here by Mercer for the rest of the lads to roll in over towards this A site. They bust down the door, and Easy is taken down here. Probably should have had a frag before that. Regardless, he's going to be left wondering. There's Norson, only good for one. The spike going to go down. Is this it for the Who? Now we play the waiting game. Fun Crew have to get back in, but they fall down like flies. And the Fun Crew lads, all their hopes and dreams rest on the shoulders of Scrawl. He's about to be slapped with a fault line. There it is. And now they just should be able to run him down. They throw out the mosh pit as well as the breach flash, and nothing Scrawl can do will save them here. That is GG, and the Who have come back with a reverse sweep from last week and has just clapped Fun Crew. My God, Tony, what happened? Tony.
It's man, yeah, that was crazy. I lost audio for a second there, but Oh man, the Who, they get it across the line, Kit. I'm in absolute disbelief. 26 kills for Gloom in the tail end of that one. And the Who, they do it. They reverse sweep it. They take out Fun Crew in the most soul-crushing way possible.
That is insane. You thought that Fun Crew, after that first map, would have gone through without a care in the world, but then that secret wildcard, Ascent, came out, and it was GG from there. And ever since that moment, ever since Ascent was played, you sensed that the Who just wrestled control of the steering wheel here, and then into Lotus. Even though it was a much closer affair towards the latter stages of the game, you couldn't get close to the Who. They just ran away with it in the end.
And it is a absolutely tall mountain to climb from the Who, and my hat's off to the mental fortitude being shown here tonight for, interestingly enough, a team that's still kind of new to the split. They're still kind of new to this VCL. It's their rookie season, it's their rookie year, and I tell you what, it's gone from strength to strength. It's gone from players missing, from players having to be picked up. The Who, they seem to have found the five that worked for them, and I tell you what, Gloom definitely a mainstay here for this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Gloom carrying his team through there, but it will not be Gloom on the line. We are going to be joined by Mirza, the next best thing. Mirza, congratulations, man. That was one hell of a victory that you guys picked up there. How were you feeling after that first map? What was going through your mind?
Bro, honestly, after the first map, we were there was a bit of, I wouldn't say we weren't down, but, it was vibes were down. I think that's why we lost the map, to be honest, because, as you can see from third map, we can come back from any deficit, man, honestly. We're very, we stay headstrong, but first map, we were getting outplayed, bro. They were just running at us. We're trying to play our structure. We're a bit rusty on Haven as well, but they just ran over us, to be fair, man. Props to them. But we stayed strong. Our mental stayed strong. Carried it, the momentum from the second map through, and we just ran with it, yeah.
Yeah, the mental definitely held up. You guys went to Ascent after that, and I want to pick your brain a little bit. Of course, Mammoth claiming that they're the best Ascent team on the region, but after a score like that, you reckon you're contesting them for that monocle?
We try our best to not say one map is our best map. We try and we try and play our best on every map, practice every map. Ascent, we've been pretty comfortable with. We've been practicing it a bit. We've been rolled on it. We've lost on it a few times. But stuff is slowly coming back in. We've been focusing on it the last couple weeks, Ascent. So the preparation showed.
Yeah, it showed super, super well. And of course, you mentioned Ascent, a little bit heavy on the practice for that one as well. Bind being back in the pool. How do you guys feel about that? And of course, Icebox now out. And, what's the team like going into the future and going into potentially for the playoffs? What is going to be the practice like for a map like Bind?
Well, funnily enough, it's kind of like a split situation. A lot of the boys are pretty new to competing. And the only guys that have played Bind competitively are me and Harry Gloom. So we've been doing a bit on Bind. I love the map personally, so I think the boys are liking it as well. So yeah, we're gonna just keep practicing, keep focusing up, and we'll see how it goes.
Now, there is only 1 week left in the competition, Mirza. How do you think you are going to go? You're confident that you're going to get that top 6 position? After a win like that, it's almost a certainty at this point. But how many dollars do you think you'd be walking away with just before we let you go? How many do you expect to walk away with?
I mean, I think we can beat any team, if I'm being honest. We're aiming to come first. We're aiming for that Ascension slot. Otherwise, what are we doing here, to be honest? That's our goal. So hopefully we take away all of the big ones, all the big bucks. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We're just going to do our best week in, week out, as we've always been doing, and we'll ride the wave.
Well, that's it. If you're not in it to win it, then why the hell are you here? Mirza, thank you so much for joining us. A fantastic reverse sweep tonight. Go enjoy the cold ones.
I love my team, and I love you boys. Thank you for casting. Take care.
Oh, man. Absolute pleasure, mate. Absolute pleasure. It is an honor, but here we are, Tony. We've finally approached the end of the night. It was a little bit of a longer one than we anticipated, but now that the week's games are done and dusted, let's have a look and see where everybody sits at the conclusion of the penultimate week here. We can see the unofficial standings coming through here, just getting the word unofficial, official. We're going to roll with it. 95X and Nerd Punt currently locked in at the top there at 5 wins, 1 loss apiece. 95X did get the win over Nerd Punt when they clashed, but they also lost to Fun Crew, did 95X. So that just goes to show you how crazy things are getting here in this competition.
Yeah, you see a lot of 2-4s. KT unfortunately taking the loss tonight to 95X, and then, well, it was a battle for 3rd and 4th, and it's now a tied scoreline unofficially here for both Fun Crew and the Who. It'll be curious to see where, of course, the round differentials, where the tiebreaker lies, but Fun Crew, the Who, definitely sitting at that 3rd to 4th mark. You can definitely see why it went so close tonight. Of course, Lotus, definitely a story to be told of how that series went.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We thought that, the absence of Norsen may have spelled doom from the get-go here from Fun Crew. That wasn't the case. He made an appearance, but did he hold on to his top position? Was that one map enough for him to cement the currently best fragger in OCE? Still, it looks like it. And Zork has been replaced by, I believe, Lou back into the fray as well.
Yeah, Lou, a huge performance. That first map, 20-6 on Bind, and definitely why he's up there now. And unfortunately, Zork couldn't quite keep up the pace going into some of those games. Haven definitely hit him hard after the 13-5 shellacking they got. They went to Ascent. Zork wasn't quite the one putting up the numbers. I have to give a major props again. Mirza said it, Gloom, an absolute beast in the server this evening.
Yeah, there were so many amazing plays, Tony. It's hard to pick just one standout play from tonight. From both of the games, they were absolutely incredible. But if you didn't get a chance to check out the first game, I implore you, go back and do that. If you missed anything from that second game, also check it out. It went down to the wire. Absolutely insane. But if you liked what you saw, well, we've got more Valorant coming your way next week. We have got another 2 best of 3s coming at you each night. GZL versus 95X. And then Nerd Punt going up against the Who. And considering the way that the Who played tonight, 2Tap, that is going to be one hell of a clash.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some explosive games. GZL 95X will, of course, Bonkers come next week. And then Nerd Punt versus the Who should be a clash of the Titans too. And whether Nerd Punt stay on top or whether they shake the standings up a little bit, because the Who, they've definitely got it in them. It is going to be a crazy week, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think Nerd Punt definitely need to be wary of the Who, because they would have been in the chat watching this performance tonight. They're going to be going up against them next week. I cannot wait for it. I'm going to be there watching or casting one way or the other. It doesn't matter. Hopefully you are going to be there as well, ladies and gentlemen. But thank you from the bottom of our hearts for joining us tonight. Big shout out to all the LPL admins. Shout out to our observer Crash, catching all the best plays week in, week out. And from myself, Kit Fox, and my caster, 2Tap Tony, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next week. See ya, bye!